A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, Around the World, the Jack Benny program. Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis A. Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn back the clock to early morning and go out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills.
Good morning, Rochester.
Oh, good morning, milkman. Easy with those bottles. Mr. Benny is still asleep.
Okay, here's your order. The milk, cream, butter, and eggs.
Thanks.
Well, I gotta be going.
Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Oh, say, Rochester.
Yeah?
Wouldn't Mr. Benny do another of his television shows tonight?
Uh-huh. That's why I'm letting him sleep so late. You know, doing radio and television is quite a strain, even for a man of 39.
Who are you trying to kid? You've been saying Mr. Benny is 39 for years.
I know, and I'll keep right on saying until I get a better offer from some other comedian.
I see what you mean. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I better put this stuff in the refrigerator.
Hello.
So that's where you've been hiding. Gosh, look at her shiver. Polly, how do you feel?
Oh, baby, it's cold outside.
Oh, God, Polly. This is the second time you've hidden in the refrigerator. Here. Let me take you out of there. I better give you something to keep you from catching cold. Let's see. What's good for that? Maybe some cognac. Or hot milk. Yeah, I'll give you some hot milk.
Cognac.
Okay, Polly. Here's the cognac. I'll pour a little into your dish.
Good morning, Rochester.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. I'll have your breakfast in just a minute.
Oh, that's fine. I'm really hungry.
It won't take long. I'll let you sleep a little later because you're doing your TV show tonight.
You know, I'm glad you did, Rochester, because I had the same dream again.
The one where you were locked in the California bank?
Yeah. And I counted all the money. The 5s, 10s, 20s, 50s, 100s, and $1,000 bills. And finally, the total was $7,349,560. Boy, what a relief.
Why?
The night before, I was $2 short. Gosh, the dream was so real.
It must have been. Wash the green off your hands and have your breakfast.
Okay. Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Rochester, what's the matter with Polly?
Oh, it's a long story. She's starting to catch a cold, so I gave her a little cognac.
Cognac? Why didn't you give her bourbon?
I can't stand it when she's got whiskey on her breath.
Well, take good care of her while I'm at the studio. You know, I won't want anything to happen. I'll get it. Coming. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
How you feeling, kid?
Fine.
What's new?
Nothing.
Oh, well, what'd you come over here for?
Say goodbye. I'm running away from home.
Not again. Always runs away from home. Dennis, does your mother know you're running away from home?
It was her idea.
For heaven's sake, another fight with your mother, huh?
Uh-huh.
What happened this time?
Well, we were all sitting around the dinner table laughing and having a good time, and then suddenly she lost her temper when I mentioned August 14th, 1924.
Well, what happened that day?
That's when I was born.
Oh, and as soon as you mentioned your birthday, she hit you, huh?
Yeah, but she hit my father first.
Now, look, kid, why don't you...
Oh, Mr. Benny!
What is it, Rochester?
Your breakfast is ready.
Okay, I'll be right there. Dennis, have you had your breakfast yet?
No.
Why don't you run out and get some while I'm having mine? It won't take long.
Mr. Benny, when I heard Mr. Day come in, I prepared breakfast for him, too.
Oh. Well, Dennis, how about joining me?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm not hungry.
But, Dennis, you told me you haven't had your breakfast.
I know.
Then how come you're not hungry?
I just had lunch.
Look, Dennis, if you weren't going to run away and you were going to be on the program next Sunday, you'd sing a song, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's hear it now. Always running away. That old song was fine. I know it'll be wonderful on the program next Sunday.
What do you mean next Sunday? I'm running away today.
I know, but while you were singing it, I recorded it.
Gee, for an old man, you don't miss a trick, do you?
Look, Dennis, will you please leave me alone? I don't want to be aggravated because I'm supposed to do my television show today.
Oh, your TV show? Who's going to be your guest star?
Johnny Ray.
When your sweetheart is in the letter of goodbye.
Now cut that out.
It's no secret.
Dad, stop.
Gee, you're jumpy. You'd think it was you who was running away from home.
Dennis, why don't you
Mr.
stop?
Benny, Polly still sneezing. Shall I call the drugstore and have them send over some medicine?
The drugstore? I'll call up a veterinarian and have him come right over.
But, boss, that vet charges a lot of money for home visits.
So what? You know where to send the bill. What are you laughing at?
If the Blue Cross ever finds out that Polly Benny isn't your daughter, you're in trouble. Anyway, Polly doesn't need a vet. She just has a little cold.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, can I use your phone?
The phone? Yes, Dennis. Go ahead.
Thanks. I want to call TWA. I'm going to get on a plane and go as far
Now,
away
wait a
as I
minute, Dennis. Wait a minute. This has gone far enough. Now, you pick up that phone and call your mother and tell her that you're sorry and that you're not going to run away from home.
But, Mr. Benny...
Do as I say. Now, call your mother.
Okay.
Silly kid. treating his mother like that.
Hello, Mother. This is Dennis, your son. I'm over at Mr. Benny's. Uh-huh. He wanted me to call you and tell you I'm sorry and that I'm not going to run away from home. What? Okay, goodbye, Mother.
What'd she say?
She said for you to mind your own business.
Well, I don't care what she said. You're still not going to run away from home. And take that...
I'll get it, Mr. Benny.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Rochester. Mr. Benny up yet?
Up and assembled. He's in the den.
Oh, thanks. Well, hi, Jack. Hello, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Don. I thought I'd see you at the studio.
I know, but I came over here first. I want to see you about a rather personal matter.
What is it?
Well, can I talk to you privately? It's a little confidential.
Well, don't mind me. Tomorrow I'll be in Pakistan.
Be quiet. Now, what is this personal matter, Don?
Well, I broached this subject to you before. It's just this. I don't like all the jokes you make about my size.
But, Don...
Oh, it wasn't so bad on radio because there the listeners couldn't see me. You could even do the same jokes about a skinny person.
Well, then what's your complaint?
Now you're doing them on television, and with me standing there, people can see I'm a big tub of blubber.
Well, Don, I'm sorry.
Just being sorry is not enough, Jack. I'd like you to take that joke out of today's script.
Which joke?
The one where you say to me, Don, are those your chins or are you chewing on a Venetian blind?
Don, it's a wonderful joke, and I made it up.
I don't care. I want it out.
Well... You must be loaded. Brother, you're rich when you can talk to me like that. Okay, Don, I didn't know you were... Excuse me, Don. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Bob Crosby.
Oh, Bob. Bob, what is it?
Well, Jack, I'm kind of worried. You see, Frank Remley has disappeared.
No.
Yeah. He's been gone for a couple of weeks now, and I'm getting more and more upset.
Did you report his disappearance to the police?
I went there last night.
Well, did you give the police a good description of Frankie?
Well, I didn't have to. They got his picture, fingerprints, and baby shoes.
Baby shoes? Didn't Remley have them bronze?
Yes, and he used them for brass knuckles.
No kidding.
But, Jack, this could be serious.
You're right. Maybe Frankie has amnesia and has forgotten who he is.
Well, I'm not worried about that. You see, he carries an identification tag with his name, address, and also his blood type.
Oh, I didn't... What is Frankie's blood type?
Old Crow.
Well, that I should have known. Now, look, Bob, don't worry about Frankie. He'll turn up. Unfortunately, he always does.
Well, I hope so. So long, Jack.
Goodbye, Bob.
Well, I got to run along. Can I drop you any place, Dennis?
Not unless you're passing Funafuti.
Where? Dennis, go with her, will you? Go.
Mr. Benny!
What?
You better get going to the studio or you'll be late for your television show.
Oh, yes, I better hurry. Well, I'll see you later.
Okay. So long, boys.
Goodbye. You know, Rochester, I'm kind of nervous. I hope I have a funny television show today.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that, boss. The minute you come on the stage, the audience will start laughing and screaming. You can't miss.
What makes you so sure?
You forgot to put on your pants.
I'll be darned. I almost did TV in my DVDs. Rochester, get me my trousers. I have to hurry to the studio.
Yes, sir.
Gee, these new cars are sensational. Power steering, windows go up when you press a button, a classy horn. Gee, I'm sure glad I waited for a 1954 Cadillac. Yes, sir. Well, here's Television City. Thanks for the lift, mister. Well, I better go in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mac, what are you doing here? You used to be the doorman over at the radio studio.
Yep, but they transferred me here to Television City.
Oh, yeah. Say, Mac, is the makeup man in?
Yes, sir. And your guest star, Johnny Ray, is here, too.
Good. See you later.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mac.
Mr. Benny, how long ago was it that you held the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest?
We finished that 8 years ago.
Well, you ought to make an announcement on your program. We keep getting about 500 letters a week.
Well, at least they're listeners. They couldn't hate me if they weren't. Yeah. See you later. Ricochet romance. Gee, Television City is certainly beautiful. It's got the latest style architecture. The architects put in all the latest improvements. Electric eyes, sliding walls, thermostatic air conditioning, indirect lighting, complete soundproofing. Luckily, there's a gas station on the corner. They forgot the washrooms. Ricochet romance. I wonder where my director is. Oh, stagehand.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Have you seen Mr. Ralph Levy, my director?
Yeah, there he is with the camera crew.
Oh, yes. Oh, Mr. Levy. Mr. Levy.
Here I am, Jack.
Mr. Levy, I understand you have some things you wanted to discuss with me before I go on.
Oh, yes, Jack. It's just a minor thing. But whenever you start a television show and you're out on the stage by yourself, I notice you always keep putting your hands in your hip pocket. This can be very distracting.
Well, I'm sorry, Ralph. It's a habit.
Jack, you're out there alone. Your money's safe.
Okay, I'll watch it. Now, Ralph, there are a couple of things I'd like to talk to you about.
What's that?
Well, some people told me that when they saw me on television during my last show that I looked kind of old, and they even detected a few wrinkles in my face. Now, why is that?
Well, it's very simple, Jack. You see, you know you're 39, and I know you're 39. It's just the camera that's so stupid.
Excuse me, you say, Mr. Levy, should I get the scenery set?
Yeah, Joe, and Harry, move those lights a little closer. Dick Fisher, tell the cameraman to stand by.
Oh, say, Ralph, wait a minute. We're not doing a murder mystery on the show tonight, are we?
Of course not.
Then why is that body lying there?
I don't know. It's been there since we did our last TV show.
Oh, excuse me.
Hello.
Hello, Bob. I found them.
Well, Mr. Levy, it's time for dress rehearsal.
Okay, Joe. Everybody stand by. Ready, Jack?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Jack, I almost forgot.
What?
Before you came here, I timed the show again, and we were 3 minutes too long. So I cut out the scene where you play the violin solo.
Now, wait a minute, Ralph. You can't cut that scene.
I had to. I told you we were 3 minutes long.
You're not taking out my violin solo.
Jack, I'm the director, and I think it's best for the show. The violin is out, and that's final.
Well, it's not final. I'm going over your head to the producer.
I'm the producer, too.
Oh, yes, I forgot. The producer and the director. Whose idea was it you should hold down two jobs?
Yours. You wanted to save the money.
Well, I don't care if you are the producer and the director. I'm the star, and I say my violin solo stays in.
And I say it comes out.
I say it stays in. Ralph, that big light fell from way up there on that platform almost hit me. How could an accident like that happen?
That was no accident. It's amazing what you can do when you're the producer and director.
I'll do it my way. All right, we'll do it your way.
That's better.
Well, I'll go to my dressing room and change.
Hey, Mr. Levy.
What is it, Joe?
You were right. He's chicken. Stand by, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of our greatest national hazards is fire. Tonight, through carelessness, a fire could start in your home and a life could be lost. Don't let it happen. Be on guard constantly against fire. Make sure every match, every cigarette is out before you discard it. Empty all ashtrays before leaving the house or going to bed. Observe all fire regulations. Don't give fire a place to start. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, friends, a lot of very famous men have said a lot of famous things about education. Like, you're never too old to learn. Education makes the man. And only the educated are free. Now, I don't claim to be a famous man, but I doubt very much if anyone would ever include anything I've ever said in a book of famous quotations. But I would like to say something about education, and I can say it in just 5 letters. USAFI. That's right, USAFI, the United States Armed Forces Institute, the largest school in the world. Most of you know what USAFI is and have taken USAFI courses, or are taking them now. The Institute offers many courses, over 340 as a matter of fact, which cover a variety of subjects in which you service personnel can take under one of 3 plans. The first is the correspondence course, which requires written lessons to be submitted to your nearest USAFI center. All necessary texts, study guides, lesson sheets, and envelopes are provided. The second plan is the self-teaching course, which doesn't require the submission of lessons. USAFI sends you the necessary instructional material, and then you're on your own. The third way you can study a USAFI course is by group study, with an experienced instructor holding regularly scheduled classes. There are also correspondence courses offered by many universities and colleges through USAFI. Somewhere along the way, you can find the subject you'd like to study. So, while you're in the service, investigate your opportunity to learn. Contact your unit I&E officer or write to USAFI, Madison 3, Wisconsin. For a uniform education, study with USAFI.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, tonight I'm doing my TV show, and my guest star will be Johnny Ray. And we're going to... Hello? Oh, Johnny, are you at Television City? You aren't? Well, where are you? On the corner of... What are you doing there? Oh, you're waiting for a 1954 Cadillac, too. Well, get here as soon as you can. Goodbye, Johnny. Good night, folks.
Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, and John Tackaberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. As usual, Jack Benny and all the gang will be back next week at this same time. See you then. Good night. And now, Around the World, the Jack Benny program. Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis A. Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, I'd like to take you back a week to last Sunday, where Jack Benny has just finished his television show. And as usual, after a TV show, Jack likes to relax by walking home.
Gee, I feel good. I don't know why I was so nervous all through my television show. Everyone was so good. Johnny Ray was just sensational. The audience was great, too. It's not often you get a happy audience like that. Gee, they applauded and laughed at everything. That was a good idea Remley had of serving them martinis before the show. Yeah, I don't know. I like being on television. I can hardly wait till I appear on the Omnibus program. It'd be nice to do something dramatic for a change. Gee, I've accomplished a lot for a man of 39. I wonder how old I really am. Let's see, I've been in show business 35 years, and I was 4 when I started. That's right, 39. Next year, I'll have been in show business 36 years. That'll make me 3 when I start. Gee, 3 years from now, I'm going to be in trouble. But what's the difference as long as you feel? Uh-oh, there's a bus. Hey, wait for me! Ouch! Smart aleck driver. That's the 3rd one he snatched off my head this month. Oh, well. I didn't want to ride the bus anyway. So depressing to put a dime in a machine and not have anything come out. Say, that'd be a good joke for my radio show next week. The people love those jokes that make me seem cheap. I must sell it to my writer. Gee, I must have walked fast. Here's Dennis Day's house, and he lives pretty close to me. I go in and say hello to him, but his mother and I don't get along. Uh-oh, I can see her through the window. She's just walking into the living room.
Mother, Mr. Benny's program has been over for 15 minutes.
Well, thank goodness.
Mother, why do you always leave the room when Mr. Benny's TV program is on?
I can't resist the urge to kick him in the teeth, and television sets cost money.
Say, what's that you're knitting?
It's the sweater I promised you.
Gosh, Mother, you're so nice to me. I wish I could do something for you to show my appreciation, but you know what Mr. Benny pays me.
Yes, I know. And after 15 years, I think it's high time you got a raise.
Well, Mother, I wanted to ask him for a raise 100 times, but I can never catch him in a good mood.
Well, when is he in a good mood?
When he's cutting someone's salary.
Dennis, I just can't understand why you keep working for that blue-eyed pinch penny.
It has its compensations.
Compensations?
Yeah, I'm slowly driving them nuts.
Dennis, are you really?
Yeah, I'm going to have some fun with him today, too.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Well, when he gets home, I'm going to keep calling him on the phone and pretend I'm different celebrities and tell him how great he was on television today.
Oh, goody. He's such a ham, I bet he falls for it, schnook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, I'll make out first that I'm Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman?
Ah, yes, Benita. I think we have something here. I can hardly wait till Canhead gets home from the studio.
Well, Dennis, he won't be home for a few minutes. So while you're waiting, you better rehearse the song you're going to do on the program.
Okay.
Kissing like this, my heart has been filled with the thought of holding you. I've dreamed it so often, at last it's come true. With a smile, with a sigh, with a star up above. Here we are, you and I, the beginning of love. While searching for heaven, I found it just then. Take me there many times again. Beginning of love, while searching for heaven, I found it just then. Take me there many times
Well, here I am, home at last. Gee, that was a long walk. Thought I'd never get... Oh, there's my new gardener. Been wanting to talk with him. Oh, Jerome! Jerome!
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Jerome, I hate to complain, but this front yard of mine is a mess. Since I hired you, nothing seems to be growing right.
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Benny, I never should have taken this job.
Why not?
I'm a flower man. I don't know nothing about vegetables.
But, Jerome...
Look at your front yard. Carrots, celery, tomatoes, potatoes.
But, Jerome...
eggplant, lettuce, parsnips, artichokes.
But...
Not one lousy petunia in the whole place.
Who eats petunia? Look, Jerome, just do the best you can.
I will.
If he couldn't handle it, why didn't he tell me before I bought the plow? Oh, well.
Oh, Mr. Benny!
What is it, Rochester?
There's a phone call for you.
Oh. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Jack, old boy?
Yes, who is this?
This is Ronald Coleman.
Well, Ronnie, how are you?
Fine, Jack. I called to tell you that I saw your TV show today, and I thought you were absolutely wonderful.
Oh, Ronnie, you're just saying that.
No. I mean it, Jack. If I were king and Benita were queen, you would be our court jester.
Oh, Ronnie, that's awfully sweet of you, but I wasn't that good.
Yes, you are, Jack.
Well, thank you very much, Ronnie. You know, Ronnie, it's strange, but I've always had a silly notion that you didn't like me.
On the contrary, Jack, I've always thought of you as quite a pleasant schlemiel.
What? Well, thanks again for calling, Ronnie. I'm so glad you like my show.
Well, I just had to call and tell you. Goodbye, Jack.
Goodbye.
Rochester, you'll never guess who... Oh, hello, Mary. When did you come in?
Rochester let me in while you were on the phone.
Oh, Rochester, see you's at the door, will you?
Yes.
Incidentally, Mary, what did you think of my TV show?
The truth, Jack, I was so upset about my maid, Pauline, that I couldn't concentrate on the show.
Excuse me, boss. There was Mr. Warner at the front door, and he wants to see you privately. He's waiting in the den.
Warner?
Mr. Jack Warner of Warner Brothers Studios.
Oh, Jack Warner. Oh, excuse me a minute, Mary. Well, Mr. Warner.
Hello, Jack.
How have you been, Mr. Warner? Long time no see.
You know, Jack, I just heard the news about your making an appearance on the Omnibus program.
Yes, Mr. Warner. I'm going to do The Horn Blows at Midnight.
That's just what I want to talk to you about.
What?
Look, Jack, you made that picture for us in 1944, didn't you?
That's right. It was for the Warner Brothers.
Well, since then, our studio has produced Streetcar Named Desire, House of Wax, Hondo, The Eddie Cantor Story, Calamity Jane, and this year I'm sure our picture so big will be up for an Academy Award.
So?
So, we're rolling again. Let us alone.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Warner. How can you say that? You yourself told me that when The Horn Blows at Midnight was shown in Hollywood, the theater made money.
That's because we rented out the balcony as a trailer camp.
But, Mr. Warner, you can't put all the blame on me. When you did that picture, you made one big mistake.
I know. We put film in the camera.
Mr. Warner, that's an old joke.
Yeah, if I had anything new, I'd have put it in the picture.
Well, I'm sorry, but I still think it's a great story. And if you'd listened to me while we were making it, The Horn Blows at Midnight would have been a terrific hit.
Jack, we tried everything. We even spent over $100,000 for a new finish. And nobody even stayed to see it.
Well, that's not my fault. And you'll see it's going to be great on television when I do it on Omnibus.
All right, Jack, if you won't listen to reason, maybe you'll listen to this. We'll give you $5,000 not to do it.
No.
$10,000.
I'm sorry, Mr. Warner, but money means nothing to me.
I've got to listen to the repeat show and see if I really heard that.
What?
Look, Jack, here's my final offer. My brothers Harry, Albert, and myself are willing to take you into the firm and make you one of the Warner Brothers.
No, I'm afraid not. That means I'd have to change my name.
If you do, the picture we're going to... Oh, I blew it.
No, I'm afraid not. That means I'd have to change my name.
If you do the picture, we're going to change ours.
I'm sorry, but my mind is made up. I'm going to do The Horn Blows at Midnight on television, and that's final, Mr. Warner.
Just call me Sam Goldwyn. What? Goodbye, Jack.
Jack, what did Mr. Warner want?
Oh, he heard that I was going to do The Horn Blows at Midnight on Omnibus, and he's trying to stop me.
Stop you?
Yeah, I don't know why. He admitted himself he's back on his feet.
Certainly. I mean, you've done pictures for studios that have never recovered.
Why, certainly. After all... Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Jimmy Durante speaking.
Gosh, it's good to hear from you.
Well, pay close attention, because I'm calling long distance.
Long distance?
Yeah, my schnoz is between me and the mouthpiece. I got 100 of them, 100 of them.
Jimmy, I thought you had 1 million of them.
I did, but I'm using them up in television.
Oh.
But to come to the point, Jack, I just had to tell you how great you were today.
You mean on my TV show?
Yeah, your performance not only warmed the cocktail to my heart, but it was a histrionic triumph, a stupendous, colossal magnitude.
Jimmy, you've never paid me such compliments.
And I won't again. I just fractured my tongue. Well, I gotta hang up now. I'm late.
Where are you going?
The Clifton Fadiman's house. We play Scrabble tonight.
Oh, well, thanks very much, Jimmy. I'm sure glad you liked my show. So long.
And an au revoir to you, too.
Mary, this is amazing.
What's amazing,
Well,
Jack?
first Ronald Coleman calls, now Jimmy Durante, and they both just raved about my TV show.
Well, it was good, Jack.
Good? It was a histrionic triumph of stupendous colossal magnitude. You know, when fellow performers praise you, it gives you such a good feeling. Say, Rochester, didn't I hear somebody at the back door?
Uh-huh. Here, Mr. Benny, this is yours. The bus driver dropped it off.
At least he didn't run over it like he did the last time.
I'll get it. Oh, hello, Mr. Crosby.
Hello, Rochester. Is the funny man at home?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Bob. Come on
Hiya,
in.
Jack. Hello, Mary. Hi, Don.
Hello, Bob.
Hey, Bob, it's a nice suit you're wearing.
Oh, thanks, Jack.
What kind of a flower is that in your lapel?
That's an artichoke. I picked it in your front yard.
Oh.
For a minute, I thought I was in the farmer's market.
All right. What'd you come over for, Bob?
Well, Jack, I was going to call, but, my wife insisted that I should mention this to you in person.
Well, wives know best. What is it, Bob? What is it?
Well, Jack, I'm still being paid by the week, aren't I?
Of course, Bob. That's the way I pay all the members of my cast.
Well, I sort of hate to mention it, but, this is our 11th show this season, and I'm a little behind.
Oh, well, Bob, sometimes there's slight unavoidable delays. The mail is late, or the accounting department slows up a little. How many checks have you gotten?
2.
Only 2 checks all season?
That's right.
Bob, I don't know what to say. This is terribly embarrassing. You should call my business manager immediately.
Well, I already did. I told him I'd receive 2 checks this whole season.
What did he say?
Congratulations. I only got 1.
Well, Bob, sometimes we do get a little behind, but sooner or later, everyone gets paid up. Phone again. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Eddie.
Who?
Eddie Cantor, you know. If you knew Susie, like I know Susie. Oh.
Eddie, I know you. How are you, Eddie?
Fine, Jack. I just wanted to tell you that you were magnificent today on your TV show. Simply magnificent.
Well, thanks, Eddie. I just can't tell you what this call means. It gives me a real thrill.
I thought it would. Bye, Jack.
So long, Eddie. Well, this is really something. First, Ronald Coleman congratulated me. Then Jimmy Durante. Now Eddie Cantor.
Did Eddie like your show, too?
He was nuts about it. Yeah, I feel so good, I want to give a party. Say, why don't you kids come down to the Brown Derby and have dinner on me? How about it, huh?
Yeah, the Brown Derby. That sounds good to me.
We can all go in my car.
Good. Oh, wait a minute. Rochester.
Yes, boy.
If there are any more calls for me, tell them they can reach me at the Brown Derby.
Okay.
Well, come on, everybody. Remember, this dinner party's on me. You sure you ordered what you want, Mary?
Yes, I haven't had lobster for a long time.
Boy, I can hardly wait to get at that wild duck.
Well, it won't be long. Don's still ordering.
And waiter, I want a large salad with a whole egg mayonnaise.
Very good, Mr. Wilson. We have baked potatoes, mashed, and French fries.
That'll be fine. I'll have the large T-bone steak, a small filet mignon, a side of spaghetti, carrots, peas.
Waiter, I thought I told you to put it all on one check.
The way he's ordering, I'm lucky if I can get it on 3.
Well, keep ordering, Don. I don't want any of you to hold back. It's all on me.
Say, Jack, isn't that Jimmy Stewart over at that table?
Jimmy Stewart? Hey, you're right, Mary. That's Jimmy Stewart sitting right over there. I think I'll go over and say hello to him.
There's a phone call for you, Mr. Benny. I'll plug it in here.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Jimmy Stewart.
What?
I was just sitting home and I got such a thrill out of your TV show that I just had to call and tell you how great I thought you were.
Well, Jimmy, that's... Wait a minute. Jimmy Stewart?
Yeah.
Wait, you can't be Jimmy Stewart because he's sitting right here in the Brown Derby. I'm looking at him right now.
Ebenezer, we went one too far.
Dennis, it's you.
If you knew Dennis like I know Dennis.
Dennis, if you've been calling me all afternoon, I'm going...
Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are.
That doesn't. It was all a trick. Waiter, hold the orders, hold the orders.
Jack, you're making a...
I don't care. Cancel the steak. Don't kill the duck. Dirtiest trick anyone has ever played on me. I'm going home, and the dentist is going to hear from me about this in the morning.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first...
Hello? Yeah, this is Mabel. Oh, hello, Gertrude. How are you? Yeah, I got another letter from Sylvester from overseas. Oh, that boyfriend of mine. He's full of surprises. Now he's decided to run a laundry when he gets out of the Army. Now, he doesn't know anything about it, but he can learn, can't he? Sure, while he's in the Army. Well, all he's got to do is write to Madison 3, Wisconsin, and USAFI sends a manual that tells him all about it. What do you mean? A manual who? They send you a book. Yeah. Sylvester says they've got 19 manuals on all kinds of small businesses. What? How should I know how Sylvester got interested in laundries? Maybe because it's like he wrote me. So many of his buddies have taken him to the cleaners. He sure must have some nice friends in the Army. They're so considerate. Oh, I gotta disconnect you, Gertrude. My buzzer's flashing. I'll let you know when I hear from Sylvester again. Yeah. Don't take any wooden nickels. Bye.
Who's there?
It's me, Rochester.
Gee, Mr. Benny, you sure finished your dinner in a hurry?
I didn't have it. I found out that...
I'll get it, boss. Hello? Yes, sir, he's here. Just a minute. Boss, it's Mr. Lewis, your sponsor, calling.
Oh, it is, eh? I know all about that. My sponsor. These tricks have gone too far. Give me that phone. Now, look, you silly, stupid kid. I don't want you calling me up anymore with these crazy things. And the next time I see you...
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Benny. I came over to apologize.
Quiet, Dennis. I'm talking on the phone. Now, look, you Dennis is here. Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, I thought you were someone else. Really, I didn't, Mr. Lewis. But...
Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, and John Tackerberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. Don Wilson speaking. Good night. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. It's a mistake to keep little personal secrets from your wife or husband. They always come out at the worst possible time. Today, a shock comes to Phil as he learns something about Alice that he never suspected. More about that after this word about RCA Victor. It's a beauty and a buy. RCA Victor's Blaine is the table model radio you've been waiting for. Beautifully styled, the Blaine comes in 7 smart decorator colors to fit any decoration scheme. You can choose from handsome deep maroon, antique ivory, laurel green, coffee tan, slate blue, wine red, or colonial white. And best of all, you can buy the RCA Victor Blaine at an amazingly moderate cost. Now you can afford to have a radio in different rooms of your home. It's ideal as an extra set to have around the house. Yet, even though it costs so little, RCA Victor's Blaine sets new standards in table radios. The Blaine is the lowest-priced radio with a famous golden throat tone system. Its powerful reception adds new luster to radio listening. You can't afford to miss this versatile, stylish, table model radio. The low-priced RCA Victor Blaine. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. The Harris children have been invited to a costume party at the home of one of their friends. And Alice and the girls are trying to decide what costumes they will wear.
Gee, Mommy, I'm so excited. This is the first costume party we've ever been invited to.
What do you think we ought to wear, Mommy?
Well, let's see. Maybe we could get you wooden shoes, and you could go as little Dutch girls. Or maybe we could make up your eyes, and you could go as 2 geisha girls.
Or we could lather your heads, and you could go as a couple of short bears. Miss Pilsner and Miss Bach.
Oh, Phil, stop.
Oh, I have an idea, Mommy. Phyllis and I can go as 2 little Southern belles.
Oh, no, sis, that's corny.
Take that back, you little Yankee. Forgive her. General Lee, it's her northern mammy's influence.
Oh, Phil, please keep out of this. Why don't you go out in the garage and all your cotton-picking machines?
That ain't the way I heard it.
Hey, look, girls. Maybe you could go as a couple of famous personalities, huh?
Gee, that's a neat idea, Mommy. Phyllis, one of us could go as our favorite blonde movie star.
Yes, and the other could go as her famous band leader husband.
Oh, Phil, did you hear that? Isn't that cute?
Yeah, the little darlings.
Yeah.
Hey, baby Alice, tell me, which one is going to be which?
I'll be Betty Grable and she'll be Harry Jane.
I wonder what I could get for them on a used child lot.
Mommy, I have a wonderful idea. Let's go as 2 little Indian princesses.
Say, that's a wonderful suggestion, Phyllis. I'll dress you each in an Indian costume. I'll get you a buffalo skirt, an old blanket, and I'll put some feathers in your hair.
Oh, goody. Then we'll look just like Grandma Harris. Can we have a corncob pipe like hers,
What did you say, Phyllis?
I said, can we have a corncob pipe like hers, too?
Now, just a minute. Your grandma don't smoke a pipe. She just chews a little mail pouch once. No coaching from the audience, please.
I'll tell you what, girls. I'll see if I can put together some Indian outfits for you.
Yeah, you do that, honey. And in the meantime, I'm going into the library and catch up with some of my reading. I've been neglecting Freud lately.
Freud? Could you mean Freud?
That's the cat. Yeah, he's that famous sisyphronist, sickness. Now, look, try and be a little quiet, please, because I want to concentrate, huh?
Mommy, I just thought of something. Alice and I are blondes. We won't look like Indians.
Say, you're right. But I'll take care of that right now. I'll go to a wig maker and rent you little black wigs with braids.
Oh, that'll be wonderful, Mommy.
And now, look, girls, don't say a word to your father. I want it to be a big surprise to him when he sees you in these outfits. Now, behave yourselves while I'm gone.
Yes, Mother. Gee, Alice, we're going to look cute in black wigs. You will, but I won't. My hair's too long. It'll show through. Yeah? It should be cut. But Mommy won't take me to a barber and let him cut it. Why do you have to go to a barber? What do you mean? I'll cut it for you. Yeah, that'll... Hold it, Myrtle. Do you know how to cut hair? Happens to be my business. Now sit down and I'll start cutting. All right. But you'd better just do it on one side first to see how it looks. All right, Alice. I'll just cut it short on one side.
Anybody home? Where are you, Curly?
Oh, I'm in here, Frankie. Come on in.
Hiya, Curly.
Hiya, Frankie. Ramley. You look different this morning. There's something wrong with the whites of your eyes.
What's the matter with them?
They're white.
Yeah, I know. I had them bleached. Attractive, don't you think?
Yeah. While you were at it, you should have had your nose touched up a little. Hey, did you see the kids on your way in? Alice told me to keep an eye on them. She's gone out.
Yeah, I saw them outside. You know something, Curly? You ought to be proud of little Phyllis. She's growing up to be a beautiful girl.
Natch. Takes after my side of the family.
But it's a shame about baby Alice.
Well, she can't help it. She looks like the Fays, and she... Wait a minute. What do you mean it's a shame about baby Alice?
The way her head is growing. It's so lopsided.
Lopsided? What are you talking about?
Must be hereditary. Curly, do slanted heads run in your family?
Not that I know of. My grandfather had a nice pointed head. And my uncle was known as Chief Flat Top. But I don't remember any slanted heads. Remley, you're seeing things. They're crawling on the wall again. You sure you put them all back in the pen now? You got them all back?
No, it's on a level. I tell you, her head leans to one side. Come on with me. I'll show you. There she is, playing on the lawn.
Well, she looks... Oh, Remley, you're... Oh, no. What did I ever do to deserve a child with a lean-to head? Oh, this is terrible.
No, Curly. Well, take it easy. It can be fixed. Well, when she gets a little older, you can have it hammered out.
Hammered out?
Sure. A good body and fender man can straighten it out in no time.
Will you keep quiet, please? This is serious. Baby Alice! Honey, come here quickly.
Coming, Daddy.
Funny, I just spoke to her 10 minutes ago. I didn't notice her bean was on the bias. I wonder if she...
What do you want, Daddy?
Oh, Alice, look, I want to talk to you. Look at me, honey. Oh, no. Her head looks like an old soccer ball that's been kicked out of shape. She has hair on one side and on the other... Hey, wait a minute. Alice, who cut your hair off on one side?
I did, Daddy. I was just trying
Never mind. Your mother told me to watch... Oh, she's going to kill me for this.
Nah, don't get excited, Curly. There's a very simple solution to this.
What?
Well, we'll just cut her hair on the other side and even it up.
Yeah. We could do that.
Well, sure, of course we could. Come here, Alice. Sit down in this chair while I cut your hair.
Hold it a minute, Remley. Just 1 minute. Hold it.
What's the matter?
You know anything about barbering?
Oh, please. I happen to be a tonsorial expert.
Just cut her hair. Leave her tonsils in. Look, on second thought, I'd better do this. Hand me those shears.
Here.
I'm just going to clip the hair off on the long side until it's even with the short side. Is that it?
Right.
All right, hold still, Alice. Yeah. How's it look now, Remley?
You took too much off.
Well, then I'll cut the other side a little more. Yeah. How's it now?
Now the other side is longer.
I'm going to get it even if it takes all day. Well, Remley, I think I got the sides even at last.
Just a minute, Curly, while I check. Yep, that's even. 12 hairs left on each side.
Daddy, what did you do to my hair? Phyllis, how do I look? Not bad, egghead.
Hey, Remley. I think we overdid it. Look at her. She looks bald. Oh, man, when that Alice gets home, I ain't going to... What am I going to tell her?
Don't tell her anything. Maybe she won't notice
How
it.
could she help it? How could she help but notice it? The glare alone will blind her. I've never seen such a dazzling dome.
Yeah, her scalp does shine a little. Hey, I have an idea, Curly. When Alice comes home, we'll have the kid keep turning around. That'll explain things.
How's that going to explain it?
You tell Alice you bought a short lighthouse. Very simple, that's all.
Yeah, quiet. Oh, when my wife sees this, she's going to have a fit.
I tell you, she won't even notice
She's got to notice it. Look at the difference between the two kids. One has beautiful long hair, and the other is practically bald.
Yeah, there is a slight contrast.
Look, Remley, we got to get some hair back on baby Alice. If I only had... Hey, wait a minute. I'll be right back, Remley.
We're going.
Look, every year on her birthday, I give Alice a lock of my hair, and she keeps them in her jewel box.
Uh-huh.
I'll go up and get them.
Curly, that ain't going to do any good. What we ought to do...
Please, I'm going to try it anyway. Now, you just stay here with the kids and keep them out of mischief. Entertain them.
How should I entertain them?
Play them one of my latest records.
Since then, does that come under the heading of entertainment? I better play one of Alice's records.
Oops, my heart went oops the moment that we met. My heart went oops, I never will forget. My heart turned hoops the moment that I met you. Oops, my feet went oops, I nearly took a spill. My knees went oops, they shook a bit until my head went oops, you mustn't let it get you. I was going for a very, what you call a solitary sort of stroll. Just a twiddling my thumbs when I heard a lot of drums begin to pound and roll. And oops, my heart went oops. It went into a spin of loop-the-loops. You must have thought me kin to nincompoops, the silly way I acted.
Of course you couldn't know that you were so aglow.
And I was so attracted. But baby, take a bow. My heart is going oops right now.
Whoops, there it goes. My heart goes flip-flop when it sees you. Whoops, my heart went oops the moment that we met. My heart went oops, I never will forget. My heart turned oops the moment that I met you. Oops,
my heart went oops, it went into the spin of loop-the-loop. You must have thought me kin to nincompoops, the silly way I acted.
Of course you couldn't know that you were so aglow, and I was so attracted. But baby, take a bow. My heart is going oops right now.
Remley.
Huh?
Oh, man, I got bad news for you.
What's the matter?
You know those locks of my hair I gave Alice?
What about them?
She went and sewed them together and made a bath mat out of them. Now what are we going to do?
Curly, you don't need them anyway. While you were gone, I took care of everything. There is no longer any contrast between the children.
What do you mean?
Look at your two little girls. See any difference?
No. Hey. Oh, Remley, you're wonderful. I don't know how you did it, but now little Phyllis looks just as bald as bald. Oh, Remley, you cut Phyllis's hair off, too.
Yep. I'm thinking every minute.
With what? They look horrible.
They do not. You're just not accustomed to them. Anybody else who sees them won't see anything unusual about them.
Anybody home? I brought the groceries. Oh, hello. That was
What's the matter with you?
Run for your lives. There's two little men from Mars in back here.
Julius, them are not men. They're our girls.
Oh, you guys will go out with anything. Now you're flying them in from another planet.
Look, Julius, these are my two daughters, Phyllis and Alice.
Who Simonized their scouts?
They look bad, huh?
They don't look good.
All right, girls, you better run along. I'm not going to have you insulted by this little butter peddler here.
Mr. Harris, you better get some hair on these kids.
You know something, Frankie?
Hmm?
He's right. We got to get some hair on them kids and do it fast, but how?
We could give them a scalp massage. That'd make it grow.
Or we could get some hair restore and rub it on.
Why don't you dip them in a sack of Vigoro and water them down?
We're not trying for camellias. We just want hair. Oh, what's the use? We can't make their hair grow before Alice gets home. We're just... Hey, wait a minute, Remley.
What is it?
I got it. Why don't we paste the hair back on that we cut off?
Okay. I'll go shovel it out of the incinerator.
You mean you burned their hair?
Yeah. But don't worry, they'll look stunning as ash blonde.
If I had any brains, I'd go home after a joke like that.
Remley, we can't use ashes. We got to paste something on them that looks like hair. But what?
Hey, Curly, do you still have your old raccoon coat?
Yeah. Hey, it's got nice long hair. I could cut off a few swatches and paste it on them.
Sure you could. Nobody would ever know the difference.
Now I'm too fascinated to go home. Did it ever occur to you, Joyce, to get human hair?
Will you get lost, please? Get lost. Who'd be stupid enough to give... Don't go away, kid. Hey, Remley, I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Excuse me a minute, Julius.
Sure, Julius.
Look, Remley. We need human hair. So, why don't we just...
Curly, I know what you're thinking. But he ain't...
I know it ain't. But it's close enough. All we got to do is to think of some way to... We'll be with you in a minute, Julius.
Take your time. I'll stay right here until you think of some sneaky way to cut off all my
Now, look, Remley. All we got to do is to get... What did he say?
What he said is going to make what you're going to say very hard to do. Curly, he ain't going to let us do it.
He don't have to let us. We'll just grab him, force him in the chair, and cut his hair off.
Yeah, but how are we going to keep him in the chair?
Why don't you take your belts off and strap me in the chair?
Helpful kid, ain't he?
I don't know what we'd do without him. I got my belt off, Remley. Take yours off.
Yeah, I got mine. Now, how do we catch him?
I don't know. Hey, Julius, how do we catch you?
Easy. I'll start running and you chase face me.
Okay, come on, Remley.
Right.
What happened, fellas?
Our pants fell down.
That's what I figured. So long, chumps.
Well, there he goes. Hey, Remley.
Huh?
We got to get hair for the kids before Alice gets home, or we're going to... What do you think?
What is it?
Hey, I got it. It's so simple. Why didn't I think of this before? All I have to do is to go to a wig maker and get a couple of wigs for the kids.
Yeah, with wigs, they might start to look human.
Please. Don't knock my kids. Even without hair, they're beautiful. They're my own flesh and blood, and I'm proud of those girls.
All right. Let's get down to the wig maker. Should we take the girls along for a fitting?
Are you kidding? I wouldn't be found dead with them monstrosities. Just buy a couple of small blonde wigs and bring them back. Come on, to the wig maker.
Right.
Hey, Remley.
Huh?
They got a nice selection of toupees in this place.
Yeah, they sure have.
How do you do, gentlemen? Welcome to Max's Wiggery. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but I have a customer in the back room.
Oh, well, that's all right. Look, Max, I'd like to see some dome doilies.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'd like to see a divot or two. You know, a divot, a wig at the top.
Oh, wigs, of course. If I may say so, sir, you certainly could use a new one.
What are you talking about?
Well, the one you have on doesn't fit too well. Tell me, sir, who made that bird's nest you're wearing?
Who knitted that snood you got on? Look, Buster, I ain't got no time to kid around. The wigs ain't for me. I want them for my two little bald-headed children.
Bald-headed And what color would you like for the little gargoyles?
All right, don't get gay, Maxie. Just give me a couple of blonde wigs for my daughters.
Well, I'll tell you what, sir. You look around and decide what color you want. I have an important customer in the fitting room. It's Miss Alice Faye, and I can't keep her waiting.
Oh, I understand. You go right ahead. Hey, Remley, the things you find out about some of the movie stars. Man, the way they're glued together. Hey, Remley, here's a couple of wigs that look... Alice Faye! Frankie, what could Alice have come here for?
What do people usually come to a wig maker's for?
No, not my Alice. Why, she has beautiful blonde hair. Her hair is perfect.
It should be at these prices.
Stop with that. I don't believe it. Come on. Look, let's sneak up to that door and listen. I can't believe that.
I can. Blondes are very deceitful.
Please, will you just be quiet? I want to listen.
Now, here's a beautiful black wig, Miss Faye. I think you'll love this.
Well, it is attractive, but how do you think a black wig will look with a fair complexion?
Well, why don't you try it on and see?
All right, I'll try it.
Oh, no, it's true. She does wear a wig. And all these years when she told me she was putting up her hair, she was putting it up in the closet.
There, Miss Faye, doesn't that look lovely against your fair skin?
Yes, it does look nice. Of course, it's a little small for me, but I'll take it.
Frank, did you hear that? I don't get it. If it's too small for her, why is she buying it?
Probably cheaper than having her head shrunk.
I like this one. I'll take it, and I want another one just like it.
What's she buying two for?
Protection. In case she gets caught in a strong wind.
Oh, will you come on? I can't stand to hear any more of this. Come on.
Dames are all alike.
This ain't a dame. She happens to be my wife.
She don't have to be.
What do you mean?
She misrepresented. On those grounds, you can get a divorce.
I don't want no divorce. I just want a wife with hair. Is that asking too much? A little fuzz. This is terrible. The two things I've always admired about Alice has been her hair and her teeth. And now I find out her hair is false.
About her teeth.
What about it?
When she goes to sleep at night, does she keep a glass of water next to her bed?
Yeah. She always has one there. Why?
Did it ever smile at you?
No. But last night it looked like it was leering a little. No! It was probably just a reflection from her bald head. Oh, Remy. I'm sick. Let's go. All right. How could Alice deceive me like this? I feel terrible.
I don't blame you. You have a wife that's completely phony. Her hair is phony. Her teeth are phony. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if her money is phony.
No. Alice was the keenest cut of all. You know something, Remley? I can't believe that Alice wears a wig, but I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to find out. When she comes home, I'm going to test it. I'll find out if...
Phil, where are you? I'm home.
Here she comes. Here she comes. At least she had the decency to wear her blonde wig home. Now, look, Remley, we got to be subtle about testing her hair, so don't let on that we suspect anything.
No, of course not.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Alice.
Hello, Frankie.
Hiya, Baldy.
Frankie!
So what's he talking about?
Nothing, honey. You look tired, honey. Why don't you sit down in this chair and I'll massage your scalp.
Oh, no, thanks, honey. I don't want to disarrange my hairdo.
What difference? You got 2 more in that bag.
Now, how do you know what I have in this bag?
All right, Alice. Let's not keep up this pretense any longer. Oh, Alice, why didn't you tell me that all you have on your head is skin? It wouldn't have made any difference to me. I'd have been used to it by now. I could have carried a shama or an oil rag or a couple of pieces of Q chalk. I could have got
Phil, what are you talking about? I bought 2 black wigs for the children. They're going to the costume party as Indians.
You mean that the wigs are... Oh, man, what a relief.
Well, of
You mean they're just for the kids?
Of course, Phil. I'll call the girls in and put the wigs on them. Girls, come in here a minute, please.
Curly.
What?
We forgot to get the blonde wigs for the kids.
Oh, no. When Alice sees what we did to them kids, she's going to hit the roof.
What do you want, Mommy?
Well, I just wanted to...
There she goes, Remley.
Yeah. Straight up. She's heading for the ceiling.
Alice, watch that chandelier. It costs a lot of money. Oh.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Ever stop to think how you'd feel if your radio or television set went dead just when you're counting on it most? Well, it's good to know that in every community, there's a man trained and prepared to handle such emergencies. Your local radio television serviceman. He'll find what's wrong and fix it quickly. And if your radio or television set needs new tubes, he'll most likely recommend RCA. He knows that RCA television picture tubes, for example, have been in use in more sets for a longer time than any other brand. And it doesn't matter what make of set you own. There's an RCA picture tube to fit virtually every make and model. So, if your radio or television set should need attention, be sure to call the local radio television serviceman displaying the RCA sign. He'll restore your set to its original performance with genuine RCA tubes. It costs you no more to get the best reception your money can buy.
We're a little late, so good night, folks, and please give to your Red Cross.
Good night, everybody.
Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air presents The Search on NBC.
Say, don't forget.
Herewith, Mr. Jack Benny in a highly unusual fantasy about an angel who was sent down from higher places to destroy the earth. A story which contains more than first meets the ear. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bentley finally got here. And tonight we present him with Mr. Claude Rains in, of all things, The Horn Blows at Midnight. This is the Ford Theater.
Welcome to a full hour of the finest dramatic entertainment with celebrated stars of Broadway and Hollywood. Presented by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Ford cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, Lincoln and Mercury cars, including the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car, unrivaled for superb performance and luxurious appointments. Now, to introduce this evening's program, here is the director of the Ford Theater, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, all disputes, all threats, pleadings, persuasions, and all kidding aside, we're proud and pleased to welcome to the Ford Theater one of the great comedians of the world, Mr. Jack Benny. And co-starring with Mr. Benny in the long-heralded Horn Blows at Midnight, we're very happy to have with us one of the most accomplished actors of Broadway and Hollywood, Mr. Claude Rains. This is the second program, by the way, in our Festival of Smiles, which concludes next week with Mr. Bing Crosby. The theme of the Warner Brothers picture on which tonight's broadcast is based caused much comment when it was released some seasons ago. Being a fantasy having to do with the destruction of the earth, the picture clearly raised a controversial issue. And we of the Ford Theater firmly believe that while a radio version of The Horn Blows at Midnight will not end any arguments, it will at least add zest to them. So come with us beyond the Earth's atmosphere, uncounted light years through space, to a place very high above us, the office of the Chief of the Small Planets, an important executive in the system of the universe. You'll be hearing Claude Rains as the Chief, with Mr. Benny as a minor angel named Nathaniel. And, of course, any similarity between these characters and any characters living is quite impossible. Mr. Benny, Mr. Rains and company, please to begin.
Horatio, I tell you, something has to be done about it. Here it is, 1949, and that dreadful little planet is worse off than it ever was. What's the name of it again?
Number 33974. It is called Earth.
Oh, yes, nasty little globe. It's always given me trouble, but now it's absolutely out of hand. 2 world wars, persecution, hatred everywhere. Greed, intolerance, bloodshed. I'm just about fed up.
What are you going to do, Chief?
I'm going to destroy it, Horatio. I'm going to wipe it off the face of the I'm going to destroy it.
Without any warning?
Well, the front office has warned them often enough. Quakes, floods, droughts, plagues, everything. But they pay no attention. Those Earth people aren't satisfied with making a mess of their own planet. Why, they're even working on rockets to get to the moon.
What do they want up there, Chief?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're overloaded with Ritz crackers, and they believe that stuff about the moon being made of green cheese. I'll buzz for Elizabeth, my secretary. I'm going to settle this once and for all.
Did you ring, Chief?
Yes, come in, Elizabeth. I want you to take down some notes. I'm destroying one of the smaller planets, and I want you to send copies to the recording angel.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It won't make a hit with the recording department. They're swamped with work.
Oh, it's always something. What's their complaint?
Same old thing. Shortage of angel power. I'm drawing up a new personnel questionnaire.
Another one? More red tape. I never saw such incompetence, such inefficiency. You know, this place needs a few big businessmen to run things up here. We need them, and they better start letting them in. That's all I've got to say.
What planet are you destroying, Chief?
33974. It's called Earth.
Earth? Well, that was created rather hurriedly, as I remember.
Yes, it was a 6-day job. Practically slapped together. Well, I'm going to slap it apart.
How are you going to do it, Chief?
Well, usually our demolition expert descends, blows his horn, and poof.
Just poof?
Well, for some of the larger jobs, it's poof, poof. But this happens to be a one-poof planet. Anyway, our demolition expert is busy on another assignment, and I'll have to find someone else. Elizabeth, Who would you suggest?
What about Nathaniel?
Nathaniel? That nincompoop? That blundering nitwit?
He's not a nincompoop, and he's not a nitwit either. And you shouldn't call him those names, Chief. Remember, he's an angel.
Some angel. I don't see how he ever got his wings. Elizabeth, what do you see in him anyway?
Well, he's sweet and kind and understanding, and he plays the trumpet beautifully.
That's right. He does play, doesn't he?
He's been 455th trumpet in the Ethereal Philharmonic Orchestra for over 300 years.
And he certainly ought to be able to blow the horn. Go fetch him, Elizabeth.
I will, Chief, immediately. He's rehearsing with the orchestra now.
Nathaniel, please. Once again, gentlemen, and all together this time. Nathaniel, step up here, please.
Yes, Mr. Beethoven. What is it, sir?
For 120 years I've been conducting this orchestra. And for 120 years you've been playing the wrong notes. Why? Tell me why.
Well, it's a hard number and it takes practice. I'm sure I'll get it if you'll just be patient a little while longer.
A little while longer?
Yeah, besides, what's the rush? We're not going anywhere.
What has that got to do with it? We've got 10,000 men in this orchestra, 9,999 musicians, and you.
Huh?
Why did you have to take up the trumpet? With lips like yours, you should be a glass blower.
A glass blower? Gee, I tried that when I was on Earth. But one day, instead of blowing, I inhaled. Then I had to walk around with a sign on my back marked fragile.
Look, Nathaniel, I don't care what happens to you on Earth. I only care what happens to me up here. Now go back to your place, and please don't be flat.
But, Mr. Beethoven, the music says B flat, doesn't it?
That doesn't mean you should B flat. That means play B flat.
Oh, I wish I'd have known that 100 years ago. Could have saved so much trouble. All right, Mr. Beethoven, I promise you.
Nathaniel!
Huh? Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
I have wonderful news for you. The chief wants to see you.
The chief? Is there something wrong? What do I do now?
Oh, Nathaniel, don't be silly. You couldn't do anything wrong.
Oh, no? You don't think so? Stay around and listen to him play the trumpet. It's better he should have the mute in his mouth.
I don't use a mute. I use a derby. Gee, Elizabeth, I'm so excited. Imagine the chief wanting to see me. How do I look?
Fine.
I'm so nervous. Is my halo on straight?
Oh, it's perfect. Now, come on. Don't keep him waiting.
All right. Will you excuse me, Mr. Beethoven?
With pleasure. All right, gentlemen. Now we can play.
Elizabeth, it's been so long since I've seen the chief. I won't know how to act.
Just be yourself, and don't let him frighten you. If he seems gruff, it's only because he's terribly busy, like all the other deputy chiefs. He has billions of small planets to look after.
I know. What a job that must be, keeping them in their own orbits. Well, we're almost there, and I'm so nervous.
Hello, Elizabeth! Hello, Daniel!
Hello, Paul!
Yeah, it's a beautiful horse Mr. Revere rides. I wonder why he still carries those two lanterns.
Nathaniel, you can ask him later. We haven't got time now. The chief is waiting.
Horatio, you may not realize it, but getting rid of the Earth will be a big help in balancing the budget. Think of all the rain and snow we'll save.
Yes, that is a native.
And don't forget the thunder and lightning that little planet uses up. Why, we'll cut our electric bills in half. And, by the way, Horatio, remind me to talk to Halley about his comet. There's no point to its traveling around the Earth anymore.
Yes, Chief. Oh, here comes Elizabeth with Nathaniel.
Yeah, about time. Let him in.
Here's Nathaniel, Chief.
Yeah, I know. He hasn't changed a bit. Oh, well. Nathaniel, how long have you been up here?
300 years, Chief. I'm from New Amsterdam, you know.
What's your rank?
Angel, junior grade, 3rd phalanx, 15th cohort.
Still junior grade, eh? I don't know why I sent for you.
Was it possibly about changing my rank, sir?
No, I see no reason for demoting you.
Thank you, Chief.
I've been going over your record, and it's not too bad. It says here, deportment B, application B, virtue A, mentality. Well, this job doesn't require a genius anyway. You'll do.
Do what, sir? Do what?
Destroy planet number 33974.
33974? Why, that's Earth, my home planet. What will all those people do without it? Where will they live?
Well, some of them will come up here, and some of them will go to the other place. We have no time for sentiment.
But, Chief, why are you destroying the Earth?
Why? Simply because there's been nothing but trouble there. Now that the Second World War is over, it's in a bigger mess than it ever was. No peace, no harmony, no cooperation. If they want to end civilization, I'll end it for them. Elizabeth?
Yes, Chief?
See to the Nathaniel wears his proper clothes for a visit to the Earth. You can attend to all that.
Yes, I will, Chief.
Gee, it'll be nice wearing buckled shoes and long stockings again. I still have good-looking legs, you know.
Nathaniel, men's styles have changed on Earth since you were there 300 years ago.
They have? Women's, too?
Oh, yes, many times. But now they have the new look, and they're right back to where they used to be.
Oh. Well, don't men wear long stockings anymore?
Oh, no. But don't worry, Nathaniel. Your knees will be covered. You'll wear long trousers.
Why can't I just wear my toga? I'm so used to it now.
Because, my dear Nathaniel, we don't want you to be conspicuous. You've got an important job to do.
Oh. Well, Chief, how do I go about destroying the Earth?
Horatio, hammer that horn.
Yes, Chief. Here you are, sir.
Now, Nathaniel, you simply blow 4 notes of the Judgment Day Overture on this horn, and that will be the end of the Earth.
Gee, it's the most beautiful trumpet I've ever seen.
It is not a trumpet.
Oh.
It's a very special kind of horn. Now listen carefully to these instructions. You'll proceed to New Amsterdam.
It's called New York now, Chief.
Oh, New York, then. Mercurius will arrange for your transportation. You will then check into the Waldorf Biltmore Hotel, and a few minutes before midnight, you will go to the roof.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is very important, Nathaniel. The horn must be blown at midnight sharp.
Yes, sir.
Remember, that means precisely 12. 11:59 won't do. 12:01 won't do. It must be 12 on the dot. Got that?
Yes, sir. I'll see that the horn blows at midnight. Leave it to me.
All right, now get going. If you do a good job, when you come back, you may find yourself an Angel senior grade.
Me, an Angel senior grade? That means a raise in my base pay. God.
But if you botch the job, you'll be back scrubbing clouds for the next 500 years.
Yeah, I hope not. My knees are still wet. But don't worry, Chief. I won't botch it. I'll make good.
That's the spirit. Now, are you ready to,
The interplanetary phone, Chief.
Department of Small Planets. Chief speaking.
This is the salvage department. Any instructions, Chief?
Yes. Stand by to pick up a load of scrap at midnight. That'll be all, Nathaniel. Are you sure you remember everything?
Don't worry, Chief. I won't forget a thing. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Come back here. You forgot the horn.
Oh, that's because I'm so excited. Well, goodbye, Chief.
Goodbye. Elizabeth, you stay with him until he leaves. See that he gets away in time.
Yes, Chief. Come along, Nathaniel. I'll walk you to the edge. I'm going to miss you, Nathaniel.
You are, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Well, I'll only be gone.
Hello, Nathaniel.
Oh, hello, Noah.
Going away?
Yes, but I'll be home tomorrow.
Well, when you get back, drop in. I'm having a little gathering in the Ark.
In the Ark? Oh, good, good. Who's coming over?
Oh, just a few couples.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much. I'll see you later. Da-da-da-ding, da-da-da-ding. What are we talking about, Elizabeth?
I said that I was going to miss you.
Oh, well, I'll only be gone one night, and then I'll come back, and we can spend the next 100 years together. Just talking about my trip. Gee, these earth clothes are funny. What do you call this again?
That's a vest.
And is this a doublet?
No, that's a coat.
Oh. But what is this label? I wouldn't want to wear someone else's clothes. Who are Hart, Scheffner, and Mark?
Don't worry, Nathaniel. And by the way, I'd better give you some money. Here.
What are these? Guilders?
No, these are dollar bills.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Gee, they feel nice and crispy.
And these are $5 bills.
Oh, I like these better. They feel even nicer and crispier. Look at the pictures on them. George is on one, and Abe is on the other.
Yes. Yes, you'll need them, Nathaniel. And now you'd better go.
I'm on my way, Elizabeth.
Nathaniel!
Well, that's the chief.
Gosh, I hope he isn't calling me back.
Nathaniel, I'm glad I caught you before you left. There's one very important thing I forgot to tell you.
What is it, Chief?
Before you blow that horn, be sure to check with Petrillo. I don't want any trouble with him.
Oh, I will, Chief. I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nathaniel.
Goodbye.
Watch that first step. It's a pip.
I will. I will. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to the Ford Theater, which tonight is bringing you Jack Benny, starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight with Claude Rains. A brief pause now before Act Two, and some timely hints on car values from Frank Martin.
There's an exciting time in store for many of you in the coming week that can make a world of difference in the pride and enjoyment you get out of motoring. That's the time which your Lincoln dealer invites you to spend behind the wheel of a new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car. And in just a few miles, you'll discover why the Lincoln Cosmopolitan has no rival. You'll see at first glance that here is an automobile truly distinctive, exclusive in its styling, with lines and looks that lift it apart from every other car on the road. You'll recognize as you sink back into the soft foam rubber cushioned seats that no other car offers a more luxurious interior, more elegant interior refinements. You'll feel rich custom upholstery. You'll discover unhampered visibility through the huge one-piece windshield of curved safety glass that is almost 5 feet wide. You will whisk the windows up and down at the mere touch of a button. And as you drive this outstanding 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, you'll discover performance that you have never before known in a fine car. For the great new Lincoln V-Type 8 engine is unsurpassed for dependability, economy, and efficiency. It's so powerfully smooth, so thrillingly quiet, so effortless in its range of acceleration. You can't believe it until you drive the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. In all the world, there is no other fine car so beautifully new, so thoroughly owner-proven, so superbly engineered as this new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Yet it costs very, very little more to own than an ordinary car. Take just a few minutes in the coming week, or even better, tomorrow, to accept your Lincoln dealer's invitation to meet this superb 1949 automobile, the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. You know you're driving America's most distinctive fine car, and so does the rest of the world when you drive the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Now again, Fletcher Markle.
And here's the second act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel with Claude Rains as the chief of the small planet. Now, Nathaniel, having arrived in New York City, is strolling down Broadway with the horn tucked under his arm. Since it was 300 years ago that he last saw this famous street, it's small wonder that he marvels at the changes.
So this is New York. I wonder why they changed the name. Look at that sign over there. Baseball today. Boston Red Sox and New York Yankees. Well, I guess it does sound better than New Amsterdam Yankees. Gosh, this place certainly is built up. I wish Peter Stuyvesant could see it. How they laughed when we bought Manhattan Island for $24. I bet we could double our money now. My, what big buildings. I never saw so many horseless carriages. Look at those yellow ones. See, they go around the corner on 2 wheels. I wonder if they could...
Get back on the curb, you jerk! You wanted to kill?
No, thank you, not again. The records would be all mixed up.
Hey, mister, you better wait for the light to change before you cross the street.
Light? Light to change?
Sure. You must be a stranger. Ain't you never been in New York before?
Oh, yes. I come from New York, but I've been away for a long time.
Say, that's a good-looking trumpet you got there. Yeah. How about giving us a little bebop?
Bebop?
Yeah. It's that bebop-a-rebop.
Bebop? Is that music?
Is it? It's out of this world.
Well, that's where I've been, and I've never heard of it. Bebop-a-rebop. Huh?
What band are you with?
Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians. It's a very fine orchestra. 10,000 pieces.
10,000? Gee, they must sound louder than Spike Jones.
Spike who?
Jones. Didn't you ever hear him play All I Want for Christmas Is My Two-Front Teeth?
No, but it sounds like a very interesting selection. I'll suggest it to Mr. Beethoven.
Beethoven, huh?
Yes, I play 455th trumpet. I've been playing it for nearly 300 years.
Hey, Johnny, this guy must be a little utzmade, like a fruitcake. What's your name, Methuselah?
No, but I know him very well. I went to his birthday party last month, and he had the biggest cake. Took us 2 weeks to blow out the candles.
Hey, Jerry, let's get out of here before the wagon backs up. Yeah. Well, so long, Grandpa. Give my regards to Beethoven.
I will. Look at them run away. They were nice youngsters, though. Well, people aren't so bad down here. My, the streets are certainly crowded here in New York. Look at all those men and women going into that theater. Hamlet by William Shakespeare. Good old Bill. Wait till I tell him about this. He'd be so happy to know he's finally got a hit. Gee, look at all the saloons on this street. I wonder what kind of a drink television is. I don't remember it. What's that big bird doing up there in the sky? So noisy, too. Spelling out something. I.J. Fox. Must be a store up there. No, that would be impossible.
There he is, officer. That's him.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll handle him, kid. Hey, you there. You with the horn.
Huh? Were you speaking to me?
Yeah. Well, I understand you've been playing that trumpet you got there for the last 300 years.
Yes, sir. I'm with Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, what's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Uh-huh. And exactly how old are you?
355. Of course, I tell everyone up there that I'm 339. I'm really 355.
Oh, naughty, you're a bad boy.
Well, it's only a white lie. You know, I just can't get over how this town has changed, and the people, too. Where are the Indians?
In Cleveland. Yeah, Bob Hope's got them now.
Bob Hope?
Sure, the big radio comedian. Don't tell me you've never listened to Hope.
No, what did he say?
Now, would you mind if I ask you...
Look. I may be wrong, but I think that's the spot right there.
Huh?
The place where I was killed 300 years ago.
You were what?
I was killed here 300 years ago. I was run over by a cow. I really was. A hit-and-moo driver. You know, Mr. Beethoven gets mad when I tell jokes like that. But it was my own fault, you know. I shouldn't have been out so late.
Yes, well, look,
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Yeah. Look, Nathaniel, when did they let you out?
A little while ago.
Well, you're going back, aren't you?
Oh, of course. I just have to blow a few notes on this horn tonight, and then I'll return immediately.
Oh. Well, why wait till tonight? Why not blow the horn now?
Oh, I couldn't do that. You see, the chief said it wouldn't work unless it was exactly midnight on the dot.
The chief said that, eh?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no harm in letting you run along. But you'll remember to go right home as soon as you blow the bugle.
Oh, yes, I will. I certainly will. Just as soon as I blew it, I will. Well, goodbye. I'll see you later.
Oh, no, you won't.
If you've been good, I will. Goodbye. My, what a nice man.
Step right inside the store here, folks. The auction is about to begin. Our friends, I have here in my hand a timepiece that is acknowledged all over the civilized world as the finest example of watchmaking that human hands can create. Why, friends, just look at this watch. Look at the solid 14-karat gold type case.
Gold type case?
The jewel die, consisting of 24 genuine artificial diamonds. The real synthetic alligator strap fit for a king's wrist.
Gee.
Ah, you like it, don't you? Well, I don't blame you, friends. Now, who'll start the bidding at $300? I'ma bid 300, 300, 300. Who'll say 300?
$1.
$1. I'm bidding out. All right, who'll make it $1.50? Why, friends, the movement alone is worth that much. Who'll say $1.50? $1.50? $1.50? Can anyone say $1.50?
I can say $1.50. $1.50. See, I said it.
So, to the intelligent-looking man with the horn for $1.50. Congratulations, sir. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
My friend, you have a watch there that will last you 100 years.
100 years? What will I do with it after that? Oh, well, I'll think of something. I wonder where the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel is. That's where I have to go. I better ask someone.
Watch Street, get your pipers here. Watch Street, read all about it.
I beg your pardon, but I'm...
A piper? You want a piper, mister?
Piper? What's a piper?
A paper.
No, thank you. But could you direct me to the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel?
Oh, certainly. It's 1 block down and 2 blocks to the right.
Thank you. I understand it's a lovely place.
At the best. I wouldn't live nowhere else.
Oh, then you live there?
Sure, I got the penthouse there. I just sell these papers for a hobby. My dad owns the 4-way code tablets.
Oh. Well, if you have the penthouse, we'll be neighbors. I'll see you over there. That is, if you get home before midnight. Well, thanks again. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I don't know where they come from, but I always get them. Pipers, get your pipers here. Pipers.
Da-da-da-ding. Da-da-da-ding. Yeah, it was nice of him to direct me to the hotel. The earth can't be so bad with people like him on it. I wonder if the chief isn't making a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't. Oh, I didn't say it, Chief. I was just thinking. It's just that it seems such a pity. I mean, there's so many nice... I'll do it, Chief. Don't worry, I'll do it.
You see, Elizabeth, he's weakening already. I told you he was the wrong one to send.
But, Chief, he'll do it. He said he would. He's on his way to the hotel now.
I've got a good mind to recall him and send someone I can rely on.
Oh, please, Chief, don't do that. Nathaniel's all right. It's just that he has such a soft heart.
Well, I should have sent an older angel. Nathaniel was only 339. Anyway, that's what he says.
But, Chief...
How he got to look like that in only 339 years, I'll never know. I'm worried, Elizabeth.
Oh, why don't you wait and see? I'm sure everything will be all right.
Better be. If that horn doesn't blow at midnight, I'll drop him out of the phalanx.
So this is the Waldorf-Biltmore. My, what a beautiful hotel. Sure is crowded, too.
Paging Mr. Davis, Mr. Charles Davis. Paging Mr. Davis.
Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Caesar, please.
I'll take it, boy. Is that for Julius?
No, sir. Irving.
Oh, I don't know him.
Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Irving Caesar.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I wanted to ask him how to get to the roof. So near midnight. I'll ask that man at the desk.
Boy, take this luggage up to 1023, huh? Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Could you tell me how to get to the roof?
Why, yes, sir. You take that last elevator. It's an express.
Thank you. And, is that clock up there on the wall correct?
Yes, sir. It's exactly 10 minutes before midnight.
You're quite certain?
Oh, yes, sir. The sun rises and sets by that clock.
I'm afraid you've been misinformed, if you don't mind my saying so. See, the sun's movements are completely independent of this planet. However, I will accept the time as 11:51 p.m.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Western Union will be deeply grateful.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Are you stopping at the hotel, sir?
Yes, for a short time.
You staying overnight?
No, and neither are you. Well, goodbye.
Going up?
Yes, the roof, please. It's a lovely elevator you have here.
When you've seen one, you've seen them all.
I suppose so. Is your name Otis?
Yeah, how'd you guess? Otis J. Elevator, that's me.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. My, it's nice in here, so intimate and cozy.
It ain't so cozy when you have to stand in it all night long.
All night long?
Well, from 6 at night till 2 in the morning.
Really? Then I have good news for you. Tonight you're getting off at 12.
That's funny. The chief didn't tell me anything about it.
Well, he told me.
Well, I hope you're right. Here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Da-da-da-dee. Da-da-da-dee. Yeah, I wish I could get that right. Da-da-da-dee. What a beautiful sight up here on the roof. And all the stars are out tonight. There's Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus. Hello, Venus. Gee, she's pretty. Well, it's only 5 more minutes till midnight. Better get ready to blow the horn. Here's a good place to stand, right near the edge. I think I'll... What's that? Is someone there? Why, it's a girl, and she's crying. Don't cry, miss. Whatever it is that's troubling you will be over very soon.
It'll never be over. Never. Never.
Oh, yes, it will. In just a couple of minutes.
Please go away. Let me alone, can't you?
But I assure you, you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
He doesn't love me. He's sending me away. Well, I won't go back home. I won't.
You can't very well go back home if you're not alive.
Not alive? Yes, of course. That's the answer. The only answer. It's all clear now.
Well, I'm very happy to have been of service. Less than 2 minutes left.
I'll show him. I wonder what he'll say when I'm gone. Well, here goes. Goodbye, Andrew.
Wait, you mustn't jump.
Let me go.
No, you can't.
Why not? It was your idea.
But suicide is a mortal sin.
You let go of me.
Be patient. Just a few more seconds.
No, I won't be talked out of it. Let me go.
You've got to listen to me now. There's very little time.
Hey, Peggy!
Andrew!
What? Who's this?
Oh, Peggy, darling. Hey, you get your hands off my girl.
Let go of me, mister. It's midnight. I've got to blow my horn.
I ought to jam it down your throat.
My horn?
Oh, let him go, Andrew. He didn't do anything.
Oh, Peggy, I've been such a fool. Can you ever forgive me? As soon as you left, I realized what a mistake I made. Oh, Peggy, I'll never let you go again, believe me.
Well, let go of me, then, and put your arms around her. Please, Andrew, it's midnight. I got to blow the horn.
Oh, Andrew, I'm so happy I could start crying all over again.
Look.
Not tonight, baby. We're going to celebrate. Come on.
Wait, give me back my horn.
Here you are, Bud. Catch.
Whoop! I missed it. falling all the way down the street. I won't have time to get it. What am I going to do? Now I'll never get to be an angel senior grade. What am I going to tell the chief? I couldn't help it, Chief. I couldn't help it. Give me another chance. Please, Chief, please. Just one more chance. I want to be a senior.
And that's Act 2 of tonight's Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny with Claude Rains. Time out again very briefly, and Frank Martin speaking for the Ford Motor Company.
A gold medal is quite an impressive thing, particularly when it's awarded to the car chosen as the fashion car of the year. That gold medal has just been awarded to the 1949 Ford. Bearing out the judgment of millions of Americans, the Fashion Academy of New York, after examining all cars in all price ranges, picked the 1949 Ford as embodying all the essential qualities of good taste, modern design, and subtle harmony in line and color. Yes, the style experts have officially awarded the gold medal to the 1949 Ford for its beauty and advanced styling that set Ford apart in its field. And this recognition of Ford styling is not an accident. The 1949 Ford is the only completely newly designed car in its field. Ford engineers, designers, and stylists redesigned the Ford from roof to road, creating a completely new car to give you better, safer, easier driving. Truly modern motoring. And one basic part of that redesigning is Ford's new style, an advanced style that suits a truly advanced car, a style that expresses in steel and glass and chrome the power, comfort, safety, and solid roadability, the advanced performance of the new Ford. Back of every point of Ford styling, you will find a good reason. More headroom, legroom, seat room, luggage room. More visibility, more safety, more comfort, more efficient performance. And above all, better, easier driving. The 1949 Ford, alone in its field, was completely redesigned to give you those things. And it does. The 1949 Ford is not just a remodeled pre-war car, but the most advanced car in its field, the truly modern, truly post-war car. You can tell how advanced 1949 Ford styling is by looking at a new Ford and then looking at other new cars of older style. But you won't know how truly advanced it is until you drive a 1949 Ford, until you take the wheel and feel the difference. Feel the big difference that Ford's advanced design makes. Why not ask one of your friends to let you drive his new Ford, or see your friendly Ford dealer? When you drive a Ford, you'll feel different. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. The Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight will be resumed after a brief pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fletcher Markle again, and now for the third act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel and Claude Rains as the Chief.
Elizabeth, of all the angels who could have done the job, you had to recommend Nathaniel.
But, Chief, it wasn't his fault. Nathaniel was only trying to stop that poor girl from committing suicide. A mortal sin.
Well, that wasn't his job. He should have obeyed orders. There are too many people down there committing mortal sins. That's why Earth has to be destroyed.
Please, Chief, give Nathaniel another chance. After all, you've only lost one day.
I know, but Nathaniel has botched up every assignment I ever gave him. Remember 2 months ago when I put him in the weather department? All he had to do was to see that the clouds went in the right direction, and what happened? He got the elements so mixed up it snowed in California. Nathaniel, bah!
No, but, Chief, that was an accident. After all, he was new on the job, and he just didn't know.
Imagine snow in California. He knows very well it's not even supposed to rain there. That's where we keep our smog. No, Elizabeth, I have no alternative. Nathaniel must be recalled.
Chief, if you recall Nathaniel now, you'll destroy all his confidence. He tried so hard to make good. He was so happy at the chance to become an angel, senior grade. If you take that chance away from him, you'll break his spirit. And that's all he's got left. Oh, please, Chief, be just a little more patient with him, won't you?
Elizabeth, I don't know why I let you talk me into these things, but you always do.
Then you'll give Nathaniel another chance? Oh, thank you, Chief, thank you. You're so good and kind, and he'll be so grateful.
Well, you better blow that horn at midnight tonight, or else, and that's my last word, else, I'll thunder him his directions.
It certainly was nice of the chief to give me another chance. Lucky this horn didn't break when it hit the street. I'll just have to make good tonight. Let's see, there's still a little time before midnight. Guess I'll sit here in the lobby for a while. Certainly is a busy hotel.
Paging Mr. Caesar, Mr. Irving Caesar, please.
Same one he paged yesterday. I'll have to ask Julius if he has any relatives down here. Julius is so nice. I think Brutus was definitely out of line. Well, I got about 15 minutes yet. Yeah, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Pardon me. May I sit down here?
Oh, why, certainly. Certainly, there's plenty of room.
Oh, thank you.
Whoops. Wait till I remove the horn. There you are.
Thank you. Isn't this a beautiful hotel?
Yes, it is.
I had such a busy day. And you know, in about an hour, the limousine is coming back for me. And I have to go to a midnight supper at the Stork Club.
Really?
Yes. And then I'll have to go home and get some rest because tomorrow I have so much more to do. I'm going to Saks Fifth Avenue and buy a complete wardrobe for my trip to Honolulu.
Oh, you're going to Honolulu?
Oh, yes, I have to go. You see, I hit the giant jackpot on Singing Again, and I've been traveling ever since.
I don't understand.
And not only that, they painted my house inside and out, and it looks so strange now.
Oh.
I loved it the way it was.
Well, look, lady.
I'm Mrs. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Watson? My name is Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
Third phalanx, 15th cohort.
Oh, I've never been there.
Oh, no, it isn't a place.
Paging Jack Benny. Mr. Jack Benny, please. Paging Jack Benny.
Mrs. Watson, what I meant to say...
wait a minute. Did you hear that?
What?
They're paging Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes. Haven't you ever heard him on the radio?
Well, no.
I hope he's living in this hotel. I might see him. He's simply wonderful. I listen to him every Sunday, even though I can't win anything.
Oh, well, what does this
You
Benny...
know the thing I like about him?
What?
He pretends to be stingy and cheap, and I'm sure he's not that way at all.
He isn't?
No, I can tell just by listening to him that he's the sweetest, kindest, and the most generous man in the whole world.
Oh. Well, it's nice to know there are people like that.
And you want to know something? I almost met him a year ago.
You did?
Yes, I guessed he was the walking man, but they never called me on the phone.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I better wait out in front of the hotel now. The limousine will be coming any minute.
The limousine?
Yes, Governor Dewey is the one who has to take me to the Stork Club. That's part of the jackpot.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Watson. It was nice talking to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Phalanx.
No. It's Nathaniel. Daniel, 3rd phalanx, 15th cohort. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, now, that was the sweetest old... Oh, my goodness. That nice old lady thinks she's going to Honolulu tomorrow. And I have to... Oh, no.
Look, Elizabeth, look. Nathaniel is weakening. Who cares whether anybody goes to Honolulu or not?
He cares, Chief. He worries about everything. That's why he's so...
Stupid? That's what he is, stupid. I still say we sent the wrong angel.
No, you didn't, Chief. He still has time. He'll go through with it.
Then what's he sitting there for? Why doesn't he go up on the roof and get ready? Look what he's doing down there now, biting his nails.
Well, he's nervous.
Nervous about what? Destroying one of our smallest planets? It's ridiculous.
Well, warn him again, Chief, so he'll know it's almost midnight.
All right. I'll send him another thundergram.
Yes, Chief, I know. Well, I still got about 7 minutes. Gee, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Hello, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, hello, little girl.
Hello.
Are you lost?
No, monsieur, I am not lost.
Oh, I thought the way you were looking at me, you wanted to ask me something.
No. You just seem so sad, sitting here all by yourself.
I am sad.
Why, monsieur?
Because of something I have to do at midnight. I'm worried about it.
Well, you mustn't worry. My mother told me, even when we were in the camp, not to be sad, because someday everything would be all right.
The camp? You were in...
A prison camp, monsieur, back in France.
Oh, I see. Did you do something wrong?
No, monsieur.
Well,
Would you like a piece of my candy bar, monsieur?
No, thank you. Although I haven't had a bite since I came down here, except my nails.
Then please take a bite of the chocolate bar.
Well, thanks. What's your name?
Angelique.
Angelique? That means little angel in French.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, I'm an angel, too. I'm a big angel.
You are? What's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. What's your cohort?
I don't know. Je ne comprends pas.
Oh, then you haven't been in this country long?
No. We just came on the boat this morning from France.
Oh, and did you say you were in a prison camp?
Yes, me and my mama. For 3 whole years. Then the Americans came and got us out.
Oh. Well, where's your mommy and your daddy?
Well, my mama is right over there. But I don't know where my daddy is. He used to be a soldier.
Oh, well, Angelique, how is it that you speak English so well?
Mama has been teaching me a long time. 3 whole years.
3 years? I suppose that is quite a long time for a mortal. Especially such a small mortal. And you don't know where your father is, huh?
No, monsieur. But Mama said he was the most wonderful man in the world. And we're all going to be together again someday. Angelique, it's me, Mama. Here I am.
Oh, I was worried when I did not see you.
Oh, she's quite all right. We were just sitting here talking.
He is a very nice man, Mama.
Angelique, were you annoying this gentleman?
Oh, no, not at all. We had such a nice chat, and Angelique was telling me what a wonderful man her father is, and you're all going to be together again. Is he in New York?
No, monsieur. Angelique would not understand, but he was a great hero.
Oh, I see. And you just arrived from France this morning?
Yes. Tonight we are going to take the train to Chicago. We are going to live with relatives there. I have not seen them for over 10 years, but they have asked us to come to them.
Well, that will be nice. Then your little girl can grow up in a good home like... Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. What am I saying?
You look sad again.
Yes, I just remembered something.
Mama, can I have another piece of candy?
Angelique, I just gave you a whole bar.
I know, but I offered to share it with this man, and he ate the whole thing.
Yes, Sorry, I just meant to take a bite.
Here's the money. You can buy another bar right over there.
Thank you, Mama.
You know, Monsieur, Angelique does not know that her father is dead.
Yes, I realize that.
She's too young to understand. You see, she was just an infant when he was killed. Monsieur, you don't think there can be another war, do you?
Well, not if I... No, I don't think so.
Another war would mean the end of everything. There is not a country in the world that could go through it again. Not the way they fight wars now. People would just destroy each other.
They would?
Oh, yes, Monsieur, yes. And yet it seems very simple for a lot of people to forget about a time of war. They do not want to remember. But we must remember, Monsieur. All of us. And take care, or we will die for it. Now it is time for people to get to know each other. Now it is time for people to come together in the world.
But there's very little time left, you see.
I know, Monsieur.
Oh. You do?
Of course. If we do not change ourselves soon, it will be too late. Though the war is over, there is much still not settled. It may take 5 years or even 10 years before we find the answer to real happiness and understanding. But we will find it, Monsieur. We must now reach out to each other and find out about each other. By coming here, Angelique and I have a chance to do that. And we are grateful. We must find peace with each other, Monsieur, or we are lost.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. But you see...
Mama, I have another candy bar. Would you like to share it with me, Monsieur?
No, thank you. I've had enough.
Well, come on, Angelique. We must go. Goodbye, Monsieur. Monsieur...
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Goodbye, Angelique.
Goodbye, Monsieur.
Goodbye.
What a cute little girl. Spent 3 years of her life in a prison camp. Well, it's getting near midnight. Better take the elevator up to the roof.
Going up, sir?
Yes, the roof, please.
Well, here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Well, it's almost midnight. I'm sure glad it's a nice night. It's the last one. Keep thinking about that little girl, Angelique, and her mother. They seem so nice. All they want is a chance to live together in peace. Maybe most people are good. Maybe the war has been a lesson. If that's true, then the Earth shouldn't be destroyed. Chief, do you think that I ought to go... But, Chief, you heard what she said, that little girl's mother. They've never had a chance before. Let them have it now while they... But, Chief, look, there must be millions of others just like them who need time to get to know each other. Who have such hopes for the future. This is what Angelique's father gave his life for, to give other people a chance. And now you want to take it away from him. Chief, let's wait a while. Look, Chief, look. Now, suppose all these people down here don't get together. Suppose there is another war. And the whole world destroy itself. They'll blow the earth to pieces. And then remember, Chief, that would take the responsibility off your shoulders. You won't be to blame. See? See what I mean, Chief? You've waited this long, thousands and thousands of years. What harm is there waiting a little longer? Give them a chance. Maybe they'll get to work and live together in peace. Everything will straighten itself out, and it'll be the way you want it to be. What was that, Chief? Oh. Then I won't have to blow the horn? I'm glad you changed your mind. Well, I'd like to come back now, Chief. I'd like to see you and Elizabeth and Horatio, and I'd even like to see Mr. Beethoven, too, even though he does holler at me all the time. From now on, I'm going to practice real hard and make him proud of me. Thanks, Chief. I'll leave right now.
Going down, mister?
Yeah?
Going down?
No, thank you. Up.
From the Ford Theater in Hollywood, you have just heard Mr. Jack Benny starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight. Tonight's version for listening was prepared by Hugh Wedlock and Howard Snyder, and the original musical score was composed and conducted by Cy Feuer. The Ford Theater, a full hour of dramatic entertainment, is brought to you every Friday by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Lincoln and Mercury cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, and the new 1949 Ford car, officially chosen as the fashion car of the year. It's Ford for the new look in styling, and it's Ford for the new feel in driving. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a director identify the principals in our cast tonight? In the foreground,
The Chief.
was played, of course, by Mr. Claude Rains, who will soon be seen in the Hal Wallace production, Rope of Sand.
Elizabeth?
Was played by Mercedes McCambridge.
Angelique.
Was Anne Whitfield.
Angelique's mother?
Was played by Jeanette Nolan.
Mrs. Watson.
Was Jane Morgan.
Mr. Beethoven?
Was Hans Conried.
Jerry.
And Johnny.
Were played by Jerry Farber and Johnny McGovern. Actively assisting were Paul McVeigh, Miriam Wolfe, Eddie Marr, Joseph Kearns, Jay Novello, Julian Upton, Sidney Miller, Herb Vigran, Byron Kane, and Shirley Mitchell. Anybody else?
Yes, Nathaniel.
Was played by Jack Benny. Jack, I've got a confession to make.
What is it, Fletcher?
After all the kidding we did on your program about The Horn Blows at Midnight, I have to admit now that I never saw the picture.
You didn't?
I just couldn't bring myself to walk into the theater.
Why?
It's a complex I have, Jack, the fear of being alone.
Oh. Well, anyway, Fletcher, I want to tell you it was really nice doing this show for you tonight, and I promise you one thing. If I ever make another bad picture, you can have first crack at it.
Thank you, Jack. And by the way, just one more question before I give you your check.
Oh, the check. Yes. It slipped my mind.
Get your hand out of my pocket.
Oh. Yes, excuse me. What is it you wanted to ask me, Fletcher?
Well, you always kid so much about your age. Tell me, Jack, and be on the level this time. How old are you, really?
Fletcher, I'm 39. So long, Fletcher.
Goodbye, Jack, and see you again. We'll be listening to your regular program on CBS this coming Sunday night, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman will be your guests. Now it's to next week. Next week on the Ford Theater, we're going to have a story with music. Our star is Mr. Bing Crosby, and our story is one of his most recent films, Welcome Stranger. It's a pleasant portrait of a young doctor who goes to a small New England town so that the local physician can take his first vacation, and then suddenly find himself an unwelcome stranger. We're very happy to have with Mr. Crosby Mr. Barry Fitzgerald playing his original role, and we'll be welcoming back Miss Ann Blythe for a return visit. We hope you'll be with us. And now until next week, until Bing Crosby, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald in Welcome Stranger, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in the Ford Theater.
The Horn Blows at Midnight was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of the Academy-nominated Johnny Belinda, starring Jane Wyman and Lou Ayres. The Ford Motor Company invites you to join us again next week at this hour to hear Bing Crosby, Barry Fitzgerald, and Ann Blythe starring in Welcome Stranger. This is Frank Martin speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Love Somebody.
Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who. I get feeling warm and gay when she sends her smile my way. I would marry her today, but who she is I will not say. I love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who. Don't know why she acts so shy. Really, I'm a harmless guy. Hope she doesn't pass me by. If she did, I'd die. I know I'd die. I love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford sedans,
Westinghouse laundromat,
From Silver Fox scarves,
Toastmaster toasters.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or get an official entry blank from your dealer giving complete rules. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Well, tonight, excitement mounts at fever pitch in the little town of Weaverville. For tomorrow is the traditional football game between Weaverville High and their bitter and hated rivals, Middletown Prep. Needless to say, every loyal Weaverville alumnus is praying for his team to win. For when one spends 4 years at a school, one becomes enormously attached to it. And our young hero Dennis Day's feelings go even deeper than that, having been there for 7 years. We find him now in the living room of the Anderson boarding house, where he's been telling his girlfriend Mildred of his past days of glory on the gridiron.
Of course, I don't say I was the best water boy we ever had, Mildred.
Oh, no?
No. As a matter of fact, they fired me after the first day. I guess it was because I took so long to bring them the water.
You couldn't run fast enough?
Oh, it wasn't that. I used to take it out a cup at a time. The regular bucket was too heavy for me.
Well, maybe you weren't so strong, but I'll bet you were awfully cute when you were in high school.
Oh, sure, naturally.
Oh, well, I probably wouldn't have paid any attention to you if I'd known you. I thought I was madly in love with my French teacher. Did you ever have a crush on one of your teachers?
Nah.
Well, that's funny. I thought every kid got a crush on one of his teachers at school.
Oh, not me. I was too mature. Besides, all my teachers were men.
had something to do with it. Gee, I wonder if my French teacher still remembers me.
I'll bet mine remembers me. I took French for 2 years, and when I got finished, all I could say was "CC."
Oh, silly. But a football game like this certainly brings back memories, doesn't it?
Yeah, gosh, I sure hope we win it. I've never seen the town as excited about the game as they are this year.
I know. That's all anyone talks about. Even Mother and Daddy can't think of anything but beating... Oh, hi, Daddy.
Rah, rah, rah. Just boom, bah. Hit him in the belly with a trolley car.
We will, Daddy. Don't worry.
Oh, you bet we will. Say, Poopsie and I are going down to the school to see the team off for Middletown. You kids care to join us?
Oh, sure. I hear the coach is an old friend of yours, Mr. Anderson.
Yes. Old Rocky was coaching the football team when I went to Weaverville.
He was?
Oh, that was football in those days. No passes and trick plays. It was bone against bone, muscle against muscle. Skulls cracked like celluloid. Why, I was lucky if I lasted through the first quarter.
You mean you played on the team?
No, just watching. I had a weak stomach.
Well, I'm ready to leave, Herbert.
Why, Mother, you're wearing your old Weaverville sweater with a W on it.
Yes, and it still looks as good as the day I bought it. Except that the W seems to have shrunk a little.
I doubt it, Poopsie. The background's just gotten bigger, that's all.
Well, maybe. After all, it was 28 years ago that I first wore this sweater.
No, 28 years ago. Gosh, it doesn't seem that long, does it?
Well, not to me, naturally. I'm only 10 years older. Well, come on, everyone, let's go. Oh, I'm so excited.
Do you really think we'll beat Middletown this year, Mrs. Anderson?
Well, of course we will. I've even bet $5 on it.
$5? Oh, Poopsie, you shouldn't have. You know how badly I need new shoes. I could have taken that $5 and added it to the $5 I have under my handkerchiefs in the bottom drawer of the... Oh, now I've told you where it's hidden.
Don't be silly. What $5 do you think I bet?
Quite a crowd down to see the boys off, huh, Dennis? Where did Poopsie and Mildred disappear to?
Oh, they're over at the bus talking to some of the boys on the team. Gosh, those football players sure are big guys, aren't they, though?
Yes. I'm certainly glad I'm not that vulgar, muscular type of man.
Yeah, me too. I like my bones where I can see them.
Now, just look at the fuss Mildred and Poopsie are making over them. Impressed by a few biceps.
Yeah, women are such primitive creatures.
Certainly. What good are muscles, anyway?
All they do is put a strain on your skin.
Muscles, blah.
And also fat.
And likewise poo.
Darn right. And I'd say the same thing if I had some.
Oh, there's the coach. Hey, Rocky.
Gosh, Mr. Anderson, I wonder why he's looking so sad.
Hello, Herbie.
Hi, Rocky. You remember this young fella, don't you?
Huh?
I used to be the water boy.
Yeah, well, we've had so many water boys, you know.
Oh, I was the one you said carried less water in his bucket than on his brain.
Oh, Dennis Day. Glad to see you again, Day.
Say, is anything wrong, Rocky? You seem kind of upset.
Upset? I'm half crazy. Didn't you hear what happened? I just found out 10 minutes ago that a spy from Middletown sneaked into our secret practice and stole every one of our plays.
What?
Yes, they've got all our plays, and it's now too late to line up any new ones. We'll be slaughtered.
Oh, my gosh, the rats.
You said it. Of all the dirty, low-down, sneaking, unethical tricks to pull.
But where were you at the time, Rocky?
In Middletown on a roof across from their field with my telescope.
Did you spot any of their plays?
Not one. They chased me away the minute they saw me.
Oh, dear.
Oh, there you are, Herbert. Why, what's the conference?
A Middletown spy stole all our plays, Mrs. Anderson. We're sunk.
What?
It's true, fairy flower.
But they can't do this to us. Do you realize what's at stake? The glory and honor and pride of Weaverville High and my $5. Action, that's what we need. We'll send a spy up to Middletown to steal their plays.
Oh, if they caught him, they'd murder him and skin him alive. I couldn't order anyone to go on a mission like that.
I've got 2 volunteers for you, Herbert and Dennis.
Huh? But, Poopsie, you just heard how dangerous it'd be. You might lose me.
Herbert, Weaverville High gave you to me. Weaverville High has the right to take you away.
Well, it is our only chance. Now, look, they'll have a secret practice session before the game. All we got to do is figure a way to get you two guys in.
I have it. They can pose as doctors.
Doctors?
It's perfect. Tell them you're there from the Board of Health to check on the players. I'll go home right now and clean out the medicine chest and throw it all into a little black bag. I'll meet you back here in 10 minutes.
Well, I guess it's for Weaverville, Rocky. If they get me, see that I'm buried back at the chemistry lab, will you, old man? That's where I spent my happiest hours in school.
You're a brave man, huh? How about you, Dennis? Any last requests?
Yeah, bury me in the principal's office. Many's the time I wished I were dead there.
Okay, fellas. I don't have to tell you what this means to the old school.
Oh, I'd die for dear old Weaverville, Rocky. You know that. Shall we all sing our alma mater together for what may be the last time?
Yeah, let's.
Very well. Bow your heads, gentlemen, and face the east.
Weaverville, oh Weaverville, we loved you then, we love thee still. Thy hallowed walls, thy color serene, hail to magenta and aquamarine.
Oh, Weaverville, oh, Weaverville, thou art so much more than a learning mill.
Defend thyself from all attacks.
All attacks.
Oh, Lord, give brains to thy quarterback.
Oh, graduate, thou shalt always thrill at mention of the name of Weaverville. And wherever thou dost travel at, thou shalt bear thy head by removing thy hat. Weaverville, oh Weaverville, we're nuts about thee, Weaverville.
Gee, I sure hope this works, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, me too. If we can only make these Middletown coaches think that we're really doctors.
Well, in case he wants proof, I brought along a pack of camels.
Well, I hope it's enough. Oh, look, there he is coming towards us. On your toes now, Dennis.
Sorry, gents, but this is a secret practice. Can't allow anybody on the field during...
Oh, just a second, my good man. We happen to be from the Board of Health. I'm Dr. Cronkite, and this is my colleague, Dr. Weltschmerz.
From the Board of Health?
Yes, we're investigating football. A very unsanitary game from what we hear. Most unsanitary.
Unsanitary? That's ridiculous.
You can't argue with facts, Coach. A recent survey of the Harvard football team of 1839 showed that every one of those players are dead at the present time. Every one.
Well, of course they're dead.
And not only that, but at the end, they all showed exactly the same symptoms.
Yes, extreme old age.
Oh, now look here.
Now, I'm sure that you'll agree there must be something basically wrong with a sport that takes fine young boys and turns them into old men within 70 years.
Yes, this threat to public health cannot go unchallenged.
We've got to find out what makes this game so unsanitary. Now, tell me, how many men are there on each side?
11, but...
Please, don't interrupt. How many footballs are used in the game?
1.
What? 22 men all using the same football? Shocking.
It's a disgrace.
No wonder football teams go around with their eyeballs twitching, their hands shaking, and their backfields in motion.
Well, gosh, Doc, maybe you got something. I never thought about it before.
Of course. Here, give one of these pills to every man on your team immediately.
Yeah, well, what are they?
They're new secret vitamin pills. Each pill contains as much nourishment as 3 dozen eggs, 5 quarts of milk, 4 T-bone steaks, and an order of chopped liver with schmaltz.
Oh, yeah. Well, sure, Doc, whatever you say. Thanks a lot.
Dennis, what did you do that for? Look, he is giving the team the pills.
Oh, they were only some aspirin tablets I found in the bag.
But even so,
Well, we had to get rid of them, didn't we? We want to write down those plays. Anyway, it made them less suspicious of us.
Well, maybe. Say, that is a pretty nifty football team he's got, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll say. Hey, look at that play they're running now. That's pretty cute.
Well, don't you worry. I'm putting it right into my little black book here.
Attaboy.
Our boys will... Oh, my gosh, Dennis, look. One of the boys just got hurt on that last play.
Yeah. Holy smoke, they're bringing them over here.
Oh, I know. We're supposed to be doctors.
Oh, my gosh, that's right. I wouldn't be in that kid's shoes for anything.
We've got to keep up the bluffer.
Yeah.
Here they come.
Here's a patient for you, Doc. He was just hurt in the scrimmage.
In the scrimmage, huh? Bad. Bad. That's right near the liver.
It's nothing, Doc. I'm just a little shaken up.
Oh, don't be too sure of that, my boy. We better play it safe and take a post-mortem.
A post-mortem?
Well, I think maybe the first thing to do is feel his pulse, Doctor.
All right, Doctor. We'll work it out together. You find it and I'll feel it. On the other hand, why bother? This man's ailment is quite clear. Appendicitis.
Hey, but Doc, I had my appendix out last year.
Oh, well, what I meant was tonsillitis.
I had my tonsils out the year before.
Okay, you've had a heart attack. Let's see you get out of that one.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Oh, he's very bad, Coach. This boy must have complete quiet. I want him to stay right where he is for 48 hours.
48 hours? But we got a football game to play in this field at 2 o'clock.
Well, in that case, warn the players not to step on him. Complications might arise. Come, Dr. Welschmerels. We must be going.
Coming, Dr. Cronkite.
I'll see you later, Coach.
Okay, Mike. Get up, get back in there.
Hey, but Coach, the doctor just said...
Doctor, my eye. Those guys aren't doctors. They're a couple of spies from Weaverville trying to get a line on our plays.
What? But they even gave us pills.
Nothing but aspirin. I saw the bottle in their bag. I also saw a little book with one of our plays in it.
And you're letting them get away with it?
Don't be a dope. I tore out the play they had and filled up the book with phony ones. Now every time they think they know what's coming, they'll get something else. We'll murder them, Mike.
Ah, Coach, you're a genius. That game will be a massacre.
Yes, operator. Weaverville 227. Oh, thank you. Hello, Poopsie. This is your lover boy, the Matahari of Weaverville. Sure, we just delivered a whole notebook full of their plays to Rocky. Yeah, I think your $5 is safe, dear.
Tell her to bet some more. Pack the furniture, everything. It's in the bag.
Bet all you can get down, Poopsie. It's a cinch. Yeah. No, we're not staying for the game. Someone might get wise to us. And we'll be home on the next bus. Huh? Well, you're my big booful baby doll, Smokey Wookie, too.
Oh, you wonderful boys. Why, Weaverville will run all over Middletown now.
Yep, thanks to us. We did a pretty brilliant job, didn't we, Dennis?
Brilliant. Oh, shucks, there must be a stronger word than that.
Oh, I agree with you.
Sure, who needs muscles? We may not have them, but we got brains. Mr. Anderson was so clever about writing down those plays in his book, I didn't even see him do it myself.
Me? I didn't write those plays down. You did.
No, I didn't.
But you must have.
Oh, I ought to know. I never left my side for an instant.
Well, but if you didn't write them, and I didn't write them, who did?
Well, let's face the facts. There were only 3 of us anywhere near the bag. You, me, and the Middletown coach. Now, if it wasn't you and it wasn't me, it was... Oy, what a disgusting face on this fact.
Yes. Dennis, do you know what this means?
Uh-huh. No muscles, no brains, nothing.
Will someone please tell me what this is all about?
We've been tricked, Mildred. That coach must have gotten wise and written the plays in our book himself while we were working on an injured player. Meanwhile, Weaverville would get the worst beating in its history.
Oh, I feel faint. Take my hand and lead me to the sofa.
We'll have a pretty long walk. That was one of the things Mother hopped to bet on the game.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, something's got to be done. She'll be down any minute to listen to the football scores on the radio.
Oh, my soul and former body.
Well, my 2 brave, wonderful heroes.
Hello, Poopsie.
Well, what are we waiting for? Jack Collins is on right now with his sports broadcast. Let's turn him on and get the good news.
Oh, we can't hear him now. We got to tune in the Green Hornet.
Oh, yeah, we just must have to hear that. Yeah.
The Green Hornet? Why this sudden interest in the Green Hornet?
In the last episode, a stinger was caught in the door and he was turning blue.
Stop it. I want to hear that score. There.
And here's another final score. Pomona Barbara College, 27. North, Southeast, West, Virginia, 13. And here's a late one that just came in. Well, is this amazing? Weaverville High was supposed to beat Middletown by a margin of 1 touchdown. But the final score, which was just handed to me, reads, Middletown 13, Weaverville 110.
Gosh.
Why, he must have made a mistake.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just made a mistake on the last score.
Oh.
It should read Middletown 13, Weaverville 112.
Good heavens.
My scouts informed me that the Middletown team acted in a very strange manner. They started off well, but after the game had been underway for a few minutes, they began to stagger all over the field and fall down unaccountably without being touched. The final score again, Middletown 13, Weaverville 112.
Oh, happy day. Money, money, money. I'm loaded with it. Oh, you wonderful boys, you. I know I shan't be able to sleep a wink tonight with all this excitement. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Dennis, I can't believe it.
Me either. It must be a dream. If I thought I could stand the pain, I'd pinch myself.
It's no dream, my boy. But what do you suppose happened to the Middletown team?
We'll probably never know.
I've forgotten my excitement. Where's the little black bag I gave you? It has all the medicine in it, and I want a sleeping pill to calm my nerves.
Sleeping pill? A sleeping pill? But there weren't any sleeping pills in the bag, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, yes, there were. I had them in an old aspirin bottle.
An aspirin bottle?
Yes.
The mists are beginning to clear away.
Gosh. So that's why they said... Gosh.
What are you talking about?
Oh, never mind. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Dennis?
Shall we face the east?
Yes, Dennis.
Weaverville, oh, Weaverville, aren't you glad they took that pill? Weaverville, dear Weaverville, we love thee still, we always will.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today for cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. With George Dooning in the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing Bluebird of Happiness.
Feel like I hold your head up high till you find the bluebird of happiness. You will find greater peace of mind knowing there's the bluebird of happiness. And when he sings to you, oh, you're deep in blue, you will see your ray of light creep through. And so remember this, life is no abyss. Somewhere there's a bluebird
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
For soft, gleaming, glamorous hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty new cream shampoo. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This month, your city's community chest is making its annual appeal for funds to meet the urgent needs of your community's vital health and welfare services. The community chest is many campaigns in one. Were it not for your community chest, as many as 35 separate appeals would have to be made. The need for health, welfare, and recreation services is greater than ever before, and operating costs have gone up. In addition, USO is being restored for our armed forces, and your community chest has been asked by Secretary of Defense James Forrestal to help raise funds for it. So open your heart and your purse. When a community chest representative calls, give, and give generously. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. As in thousands of such institutions across America, students have come here to prepare themselves for life in a rather uncertain world. A world where courage is needed, and a strong belief in the great and lasting truths. Devotion to these truths has been the lifelong career of Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, who at the moment is seated in his study reading the evening's paper. Victoria is reading a pocket magazine between desultory attempts at conversation.
Toddy.
Yes, Vicky?
Toddy.
At the risk of being repetitious, yes, Vicky?
You're not listening.
On the contrary, darling, I have heard with great interest your report of the faculty wives' tea.
I told you about that yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear.
What's the matter, darling?
Matter?
Well, I can tell when you're worried, you just rattle the paper and quarrel with the editorials. And when you're not worried, you turn right to little Orphan Annie.
A great American, Vicky. A sweet, parentless child whose idiotic optimism cheers my darkest hour.
Is this one of your darker hours, Toddy? You look as though someone had just turned on the television set. You're sort of apprehensive, though hoping for the best.
Well, as a matter of fact, Vicky, I do have a problem. A familiar one. Clarence Wellman phoned me he was coming over. From the tone of his voice, I'll say he'll be approaching at a full gallop.
I suppose he's decided to put the entire curriculum on long-playing records, thereby saving the cost of all faculty salaries.
For a mere woman equipped only with beauty, intelligence, and intuition, that's a pretty fair guess.
Well, that's a pretty fair compliment.
What have you been reading?
It's a condensed novel in a magazine. The Drums of Mungabuna. How on earth do they ever take a novel of 350 pages and boil it down to 85?
Oh, it's quite easy when you know the formula.
Well, what is the formula?
You leave the first 3 chapters intact. They introduce the characters' plot and locale. Then you tear out the next 16 chapters and lay them aside. Now you insert a line something like, 11 days later, after many enthralling adventures too numerous to relate, we reached Lupatumbo on the headwaters of the Zamwaki. Then resume with chapter 20 and finish the book.
Yeah, but what happens to the 16 chapters you tore out?
Well, those are published separately in a 25-cent drugstore edition entitled Recollections of Lupatumbo by the author.
Doesn't it frighten you sometimes to know so much about so many things?
Oh, I manage to face my own erudition with equanimity. Particularly as I am conscious of the many lacunae in it.
Lacunae in it?
Yes, dear, lacunae. The plural of lacuna.
Oh! What's lacuna?
It's a Latin word meaning a space or gap.
Oh.
It has an interesting origin, really. It seems that in the early days of Rome, orders had been given by the Senate for the widening of the Appian Way, the great road leading to Rome.
Well, I thought all roads led to Rome.
That, my love, was mere publicity, released by the Roman Chamber of Commerce in 686. Anyway, an honest road builder by the name of Publicus Fixitus was in charge. And he had a wife who, though worthy, had an empty mind and a vacuous expression. Her name was Una. So when Publicus, busy filling in the dishes on either side of the road, noted any extra large gaping hole to be filled in, he would say, just like Una, just like Una. And so, of course, any blank space, any void, any patch of nothing, naturally became known as a lacuna.
Is it true, by the way, that the Appian Way was originally the Yappian Way on account of all the dogs that used to bark at the passing chariot?
Well, it's quite as true as the story of Publicus Fixitus.
Oh, it is. Well, speaking of yapping, what does Mr. Wellman want?
Well, you just heard. I've hired Professor Upshaw.
Oh.
Yes, he believes I should have promoted Professor Kent to fill the chair of mathematics, Kent being one of his favorites.
Well, who's this Upshaw? I never heard of him.
Oh, David Upshaw is an outstanding authority in his field, although I've never met him. Kent himself admits that his administrative experience will make him a valuable head of the department.
Well, considering that you're installing him over Professor Kent's head, I think that's very sporting of him.
Oh, he's a very decent sort, and I'm sure he'll cooperate. As a matter of fact, I've invited him over after dinner so the two of them can get acquainted before Mr. Wellman plants any prejudice in his mind.
It's a good idea. They can spend the evening chatting in trigonometry while we do...
I expect that'll be Upshaw. I wired him to come straight from the train.
Well, don't bother, Louisa. I'll get it.
And Vicky, if he is not as handsome as our English professors, don't be surprised. Figures of figures are not apt to be as pretty as figures of speech.
Good evening.
Yes?
Mrs. Hall?
Yes?
I'm David Upshaw.
Oh, no. Well, please, come in.
Thank you.
Well, it is Professor Upshaw, isn't it?
That's right, David Upshaw.
Of course, yes, David Upshaw. Come along, Imogen. Toddy, look who's here.
Wasn't it Upshaw? Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Professor Upshaw, may I introduce my husband, Dr. Hall?
Oh, how do you do, Dr. Hall? I can't tell you how delighted I am to be here.
Oh, how do you do, Miss, Professor Upshaw? Naturally, we too are delighted to have so fine a mathematician as a member of our faculty.
Oh, you're most kind. Well, please sit down, won't you?
Well, Miss Professor Upshaw, I suppose you...
You have trouble with that word, Dr. Hall. Does that mean you haven't many women professors here at Ivy?
No. We have several.
Yeah, but none named David.
No, you must admit, Miss Upshaw, that David is more often applied to the male of the species than the female.
I know. But my father had his own way of doing things. I was supposed to be a boy, so I'm David after him.
Well, anyway, we're glad to have you. And I hope my surprise at finding our faculty augmented so decoratively won't make you feel any less welcome. Professor Kent has told us of your work. Splendid record.
Professor Kent. Oh, yes, I know him by reputation. Does he know that I'm a woman?
I don't know. But if he does, he neglected to tell us.
Well, in any case, it won't bother me if he's surprised. I'm used to it. But, Doctor Hall, I can't help feeling I've complicated your life a bit.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. The number of sexes in the human race being somewhat limited and the possible complications not being infinite, I think we can cope with.
Yeah, well... Of course, there may be one small complication.
Yes, a small complication which I think has just arrived. You see, Professor, the chairman of our board of governors, Mr. Clarence... Mr. Wellman.
Evening, Dr. Hall. Mrs. Hall.
Good evening, Mr. Wellman.
Mr. Wellman, I would like you to...
Dr. Hall, I'm exceedingly exasperated. I've been away for my health while this foolishness was going on, and I've come back to find that you, without my approval, have a...
Mr. Wellman...
How you could deliberately fly in the face of everything that's fair when you make decisions affecting the basic policy... excuse me. You have company. Sorry.
Miss Upshaw, may I present Mr. Wellman, chairman of our board of governors?
How do you do, Mr. Wellman?
Good evening. I'm delighted to... Wait a minute. Upshaw? Oh, that's the name. Where's your father?
My father, Mr. Wellman, is probably at this moment playing a game of cribbage at the Elks Club in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
And this is Professor Upshaw, Mr. Wellman.
You mean she... Well, I didn't... She's a woman.
If she isn't, Mr. Wellman, she's a gifted female impersonator.
I didn't mean that she isn't a woman. I mean that she isn't a man. Why isn't she? A woman is head of our mathematics department. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. Meaning no offense, of course, ma'am.
Well, what's the matter with women as mathematicians, Mr. Wellman?
After all, the world depends on them for multiplication.
That fixed idea, it's a monstrous idea. It's unorthodox, radical, unheard of. It's contrary to all of everything.
Why, Mr. Wellman?
Because it is, that's all. Good heavens, Mrs. Professor, how can you sit there and upset all the traditions that we have so carefully, and all that? Why, the entire educational system.
Mr. Wellman.
Women as heads of mathematics departments. It's utterly fantastic.
Mr. Wellman.
What is it?
Professor Upshaw has come to us in good faith upon my invitation. If you must shout at someone, and the necessity escapes me, please shout at me.
I don't want to cause any dissension here.
I apologize, young lady. I didn't mean to shout at you. Sorry and all that. None of us wants to cause dissension. So why don't you just pack up and then...
Mr. Wellman, I must remind you that Professor Upshaw is engaged.
Oh, good for her. Tell the lucky young man to make a home for her and let our mathematics department...
My husband meant she had been engaged by him.
That's ridiculous. He's already married to you. Well, how could he? She... Oh, you mean hired?
Yes. And while I hold my current assignment, she will head our mathematics department.
Oh, she will she? Well, Dr. Hall, I'll have to submit this entire matter to the board right away. You knew perfectly well that young Professor Kent met every qualification for this post, and yet while my back was turned, you secretly hired not only another man from the outside, but she isn't even a man. He's a woman. Good night.
Do you have to contend with this as a regular thing? Oh, yes.
His only sound and fury signifying nothing but our chairman's determination to be efficient at the top of his voice.
Yes. And as one of my favorite characters in history, Duke Gerald of Tuscany, said, any sheep can be a lion among lambs, and the braying of an ass has meaning only for another.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, it's after dinner the same day. We find Dr. and Mrs. Hall and Louisa, their housekeeper, with the new head of the mathematics department, Professor Upshaw, who is a W-O-M-A-N, and pretty, too.
Coffee, Mrs. Hall? Yeah, thank you, Louisa. Put it right here, will you, please?
Splendid dinner.
Thank you, Dr. Hall.
I enjoyed it too, Louisa.
Much obliged. Excuse me, Mrs. Hall. Miss Upshaw being a lady arithmetic teacher and a sort of a scientist, could I ask her a question?
Well, I should think so. How about it, Miss Upshaw?
Of course. Go ahead, Louisa. But aren't you people ashamed of yourselves getting everybody all excited when you know good and well it can't be done?
What can't be done?
There's the doorbell. I'll get it. But let me tell you this. You'll never get me to go along. Never in a million years. First place, there's nobody there.
We have one lump or two, Professor. Mrs. Hall. What on earth did Louisa mean? Oh, well, it's a perfectly simple explanation.
Yes, it always is. It just requires patience. Vicky, have you got it?
I'm working on it. Is she all right?
Louisa? Oh, perfectly, yes. I have a theory that she once studied diction and shorthand at the same time and got the lessons confused.
Good evening, Mrs. Hall.
Dr. Hall.
Hello, Professor Kent.
May I present Professor Upshaw, the new head of the mathematics department?
Yes, I've been wanting to... You mean you're Professor David Upshaw?
Yes, I am. Is it so frightening?
No, indeed. On the contrary, Miss Upshaw, you're very...
Yes, she is, isn't she?
Have a cup of coffee, Kent. It'll steady you.
Dr. Hall, I assure you that when I told you I was familiar with the works of David Upshaw, I was telling the truth. But I had no idea he was a beautiful woman.
I'm flattered, Professor Kent, to know that you've read some of my efforts.
Read them? They're magnificent, Miss Upshaw. Why, your modification of Stirling's formula for the gamma function and your clarification of geometrical probabilities are out of this world.
Thank you. Are you fond of polynomial integrals?
Fond. Just give me a handful of polynomial integrals and I'm as happy as a clam.
Of course, personally, I prefer simplicial approximations and polyhedrons.
But I'm afraid polyhedrons is lacuna for me. I'm in that old Roman ditch again.
Well, forgive me, Miss Upshaw, for intruding into the rarefied atmosphere of advanced mathematics. Not many years ago, I myself enjoyed the heady ecstasies of spherical harmonics. Today, I deal in a more forbidding kind of math. I try and balance the budget.
Mathematics in its most perplexing form, Dr. Hall seems concerned with multiples of the American dollar.
Buck parsing is nothing new, but I never saw them pass as fast as they do today.
However, we don't want to spoil Miss Upshaw's first evening here with morbid speculations about Ivy's financial problems.
I was going to suggest that we take her on a tour of the campus, William. And it was very clever of you to see that she got here on a night with a full moon and all the polyhedrons in bloom.
Yes, the original thought was to impress Professor Upshaw with Ivy's beauty. But now I'm looking forward to Ivy being impressed by Professor Upshaw.
What a nice thing to say.
Look, Dr. Hall, why don't we all take her around? I'm perfectly free this evening.
As a matter of fact, Kent, I have some budget papers to check over tonight.
Well, so Mr. Kent and I will take Professor Upshaw around.
But you have to wait for Mrs. Quincannon to call, my love.
Mrs. Quincannon? What's she going to call? Oh, yeah. That's right. Yes. It's about the rummage sale, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, well, good heavens. I'd completely forgotten about it.
I was afraid you had, dear. So I suggest that Mr. Kent unsling his megaphone and take Professor Upshaw on a guided tour. The view of the river from the chapel tower will be lovely tonight. You don't mind, do you, Kent?
Mind? Are you kidding?
I mean, I should say I don't. How about it, Professor Upshaw? Too tired?
Oh, not at all tired, Mr. Cannon. I think it's a delightful idea. First impressions are important. Although I'll never have any nicer ones than meeting the president and his wife.
Oh,
thank you. Shall we go, Mr. Kent?
I don't think I can be ready for 10 or 15 seconds.
Remember, Mr. Kent, the chapel tower and the library and Emerson Hall.
And Kent, I insist that you take Professor Upshaw for a stroll around the quadrangle.
Well, certainly, sir. Though we do have more interesting sights.
I know. But for ages, mathematicians have been concerned with squaring the circle, so I think you can spend a few minutes circling the square.
Well, that was an interesting piece of matchmaking, Toddy. You practically threw them at each other.
No, I was just taking advantage of their very obvious mutual liking. You see, my darling, having engaged Professor Upshaw over Kent's head, so to speak, and without consulting Mr. Wellman, whose favorite Kent is, I thought that a Kent-Upshaw coalition might be just the thing to counteract any ill feeling.
Oh, Toddy, they need you in the State Department.
Thank you, dear. I prefer to be an ambassador of goodwill among my own constituents. Thus, I am not at the mercy of a changing administration, because I am the administration. Yes, Louisa?
May I clear the coffee things now? Yes, sure. Go ahead. 10 years off, so why was I so excited?
What was 10 years off, Louisa?
What I was talking about. The trip to the moon.
Oh.
Been telling you about it all day. I read this article that people were going to fly up there, and I just think it's silly. I agree. It's against the law of gravity.
I'd say that science has made fools of us all.
That's what I said, Dr. Hall.
Vicky.
Yes, Doctor.
About the river in the moonlight. There's only one perfect view, and I thought we might take a little walk.
Oh, what a good idea. Let's.
Louisa, we'll be out for a while. If Mr. Wellman calls, tell him Mrs. Hall and I have gone to Lover's Leap.
Yes, Dr. Hall.
Tell him you suspect it's a double suicide. Due probably to the fact that we are so completely happy that we're quitting the game while we're ahead.
Well, we all have to go sometime.
Early summer does herself proud on such a night. If she does this well so early, think what she is capable of in August.
Lovely, isn't it? I don't know why, but it reminds me of Scotland. I can almost smell the heather.
It's this old tweed coat of mine. From the sheep of Dundee, the weavers of Edinburgh, and the tailors of Bond Street. Had I known then I was to meet Victoria Cromwell 3 days later, I would have saved the money and bought her a much finer engagement ring.
Oh, well, a piece of thread from your tweed coat tied around my third finger would have held me just as tightly.
Well, the sheep who produced it would have been as happy as I am to hear you say so.
Well, it's a wonderful jacket, and I love it. Give me another sniff.
Careful of the moths, darling. Strangers upset them. You see, they're rather partial to me.
That's just cupboard love.
I have fed and nourished them these many years. They know which side their lapels are buttered on. But thank you anyway, darling. It was a very friendly remark.
Well, I'm a very friendly girl, Dr. Hall. Kiss me and see.
Well, what happened to the moon?
Nothing. You still have your eyes closed.
Oh, yes. Yes, a difficult habit to break, and I'm not sure I want to. You see, I am the sole operator of the William Hall Eyelid Travel Agency. I shut my eyes and go where I wish. In a blink, I am in England again with you, or standing in the bow of a ship with you again, bringing you to Ivy for the first time as the most beautiful college president's wife who... as the most beautiful wife of a college president.
I beg your pardon.
Oh,
Well, really, Mr. Wellman, you might at least have coughed.
No, didn't think it was necessary. Been tapping Dr. Hall on the shoulder for 5 minutes.
Was that you, Mr. Wellman? I thought it was my wife. Didn't you think it odd when I patted your hand back?
Thought you were just telling me to be quiet.
Are you out to admire Ivy by moonlight, Mr. Wellman?
No, Mrs. Hall, I am not. I came to find you. And Dr. Hall, of course. Louisa, your housekeeper, said you'd be here.
Well, now that you've run us aground, Mr. Wellman, what can we do for you?
You can accept my apology.
Your cough, Mr. Wellman?
Oh, I know it's unusual. Don't often apologize. Don't often have to, because I'm usually right about things.
And in what direction did your infallibility slip a cog tonight?
Well, in raising such making all that fuss about hiring Upshaw, that woman teacher, head of mathematics. Forget it. Might be a very good thing. I would have preferred Kent, of course, fine man. But as long as Kent agrees with you, and also with Upshaw, and Upshaw agrees with Kent, and you agree with... Anyway, the upshot of the upshot matter... the upshot of the Upshaw matter is, well, forget it. I'll approve it before the board.
Oh, Mr. Wellman, you're a darling.
Mrs. Hall, of all the things I've been called in my somewhat tempestuous life...
tempestuous, Mr. Wellman, you.
That's who I was talking about, me. I was saying, in my somewhat tempestuous life, I have seldom been called a darling. I don't go into the things I have been called. It's too nice an evening. Well, that's all. Just wanted to make myself clear.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman. It was very conscientious of you.
Well, nothing of the sort. It just happens I love this college. And I want to do everything I can for it. I mean, anything I can do to improve do the things that... Well, by George, I'll do what I think is right, no matter how wrong I am. Good night.
Hardy, do you realize what it cost him to make that confession?
Oh, I do indeed, my darling. But the cost to pride of making rightful amends is, I'm sure, a deductible item in the books of the Collector of Eternal Revenue.
Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield, and Louisa is Elizabeth Patterson. Also heard tonight were Virginia Gregg and William Irwin. Tonight's script was written by Philip Nelson and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Elvia Allman, Jill Walker, Bud Whittam, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Oh, it's a warm spring day in Mel Blanc's little town, and young couples' thoughts are lightly turning to, thoughts. Everybody has springitis, and we hear Mary Baker saying to her boyfriend, Warren,
Gosh, Warren, I've been tapping my feet all day long.
Gee, I wish I'd known, Mary. We could have gone to a dance tonight.
And elsewhere, we hear Barbara Bevins saying to her boyfriend, Jerry,
Gosh, Jerry, I've been tapping my feet all day long.
Gee, I wished I'd known, Barbara. We could have gone to a dance tonight.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, where we find Mel and his girl, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
Gosh, Mel, I've been tapping my feet all day long.
Gee, I wish I'd known, Betty. You could have cracked some walnuts for me.
Yes, Mel is being very evasive, and believe it or not, he doesn't want to take Betty out. It seems that Mel, having made an impression on the town's society leaders with his impersonations, had become quite a social lion. So now let's look in at the Fix-It Shop and listen to the lion roar.
I'm sorry, Betty, but I can't take you to the movies tonight. A man of my social position only attends operas, concerts, political lectures, and art exhibitions.
But, Mel, they're showing a Betty Grable picture.
Let's go. That's one art exhibition I must see. No, Betty, no bourgeois cinemas for me. I've even turned in my Roy Rogers badge.
Oh, come now, Mel.
And, Betty, please don't call me Mel anymore. From now on, it's Melvin Jerome Blanc III.
The third? You mean this has happened twice before?
Yes, my grandfather was first, my father was second, I'm third. When I have a son, he'll be home plate.
Who's playing shortstop? Oh, Mel, just because you went to a party is
A party? Betty, dozens of parties. Yesterday I was cocktailing at the Vanderpoofs at 7, cocktailing at the Lenahans at 8, cocktailing at the Brooks at 9.
What were you doing at 10?
Ice bagging at home.
Well, then you can't go with me tonight, huh?
No, Betty. Tonight I've been invited to the mansion of Mrs. Grimes, the society leader of our town. Boy, I can't wait till I get there. I'll kill him with my impersonations.
Oh, here comes Father. Hello, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. Hello, Mel. Neighborly greetings to you, Squire Colby.
Squire Colby? Such affectation. You big ninny, you're ruining my supermarket with the way you fix things. What did you do to my sausage machine?
Oh, I fixed it, Mr. Colby. Well, I didn't have enough parts, so I put some in from a cigarette-making machine.
A cigarette-making machine? No wonder those sausages came out with cork tips.
Well, what are you worried about? No other sausage can make that statement.
Looking at you, I often wonder how long can a person live without a brain?
Don't worry, Mr. Colby. You've got plenty of good years left yet.
Come along, Betty. Let's not waste our time any longer. Humph!
Good day, Squire. Gosh, I must have sounded like an awful heel to Betty and her father. But if you want to get ahead in the world, you got to be tough. I better practice my impersonations for Mrs. Grimes. Oh, here comes Mrs. Grimes herself. Ah, greetings, Squiress Grimes.
Oh, Melvin Blanc. Oh, the effervescent exuberance of spring. Melvin, I'm blossoming all over. I'm budding. Oh, I'm a tree.
Well, don't look now, Mrs. Grimes, but your sap is showing.
Oh, Melvin, you're so droll. You know, ever since you flitted into our social set, we've become rejuvenated. Oh, I feel like a spreading bough. I feel like a fruit-laden tree. I feel like a leafy elm. Oh, and you've done it all.
I feel like a sack of Vigoro. kill it for everybody else.
My goodness, a drink all I can get.
Somebody ought to put a Mickey in that drink.
I love life. Oh, Melvin, tonight your social star shall ascend.
Oh, you mean I get a chance to do... some more impersonations?
No, Melvin. Tonight we shall be serious.
Serious?
We are going to have a literary quiz, and you shall be our Clifton Fadiman.
Sure. Sure, Mrs. Grimes.
Oh, Melvin, call me by my first name.
All right. Methuselah.
Oh, say it again. Oh.
Methuselah. Gosh, what she could do for that Brooklyn infield. Well, what can I do for myself? A literary evening. I don't even know a Longfellow from a short beer. Huh. They want me to be Clifton Fadiman, and I can't even be Clifton Finnegan.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Alexander's Ragtime Band.
There's a band that's coming to our town. La-la-la-la-la-la. They play most anything from conga to hold down. La-la-la-la-la-la. So come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear it. It's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before. So natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band that ever.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Come on along.
Yes, yes.
Let me take you by the hand to see the band.
Up to the man.
What band?
The leader man.
That band.
He's the leader of the band. If you care to hear the Swanee River play in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Alexander's Ragtime Band. It's the best band in the land. It's just the bestest band, one am, honey lamb. Come on along. I'm gonna take you by the hand. Up to the man, who's the leader of the band. And if you want to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, when you hear Alexander, come on and hear Alexander. Ragtime.
Well, now back to Mel Blanc. Tonight's problem is, how can Mel hold up his end of the literary evening to which Mrs. Grimes has invited him? But when it comes to things literary, Mel is strictly blank. Right now, he's in his fix-it shop trying to think of something very literary when in comes the town Beau Brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. It's good to see you.
Naturally, Mel, old boy. It's always good to see great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, I am so sweet I could throw myself at my feet.
Hartley, for once you don't bother me. Now that I'm in society, I can look down on you.
Lovely sight, isn't it? I went to a society dance myself last week, Mel. The girls were dressed in tight-fitting dresses and low-cut gowns, but all eyes were upon me.
What were you wearing?
A strapless tweed. Oh, but was I mad? I had one dance with a ravishingly beautiful blonde when a man cut in and said, I want to dance with the most gorgeous creature on the floor.
What did you do?
What could I do? We danced. The music was supplied by Phil Spitalny and his all-girl orchestra. But when I entered the hall, the girls all stopped playing.
Why?
Mel, old boy, you can't pant and play the trombone at the same time.
Who wants to be a hit at a dance? I'm a big shot in real society.
Well, Mel, I'm being featured in an advertisement that is Real Society. It carries a picture of me, and underneath it says, he's lovely, he's engaged, he's marrying himself. Yes. As a matter of fact, my face may be on the cover of Look.
Hardly with a face like yours, I'd look for cover.
Oh, that does it. You made me indignant. Why, I'm so indig I could nant. Good day, Mel, you buffoon, and I leave you with the words of the immortal John Keats. A thing of beauty is a Hartley Benson. So long, night seeing me.
I don't know anything about literature. I think I'll call up Mrs. Grimes and tell her I can't come.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, great and mighty zebra. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. What's the matter, mighty potentate? You look tired.
Oh, I am, Mel. I haven't slept a wink in nights. Lately, my wife's been walking in her sleep.
Well, why should that keep you awake?
All night long, I run around opening up windows.
Mighty potentate, you live on the 4th floor of an apartment house. You wouldn't want your wife to fall out, would you?
Ha! She's got a new thing now, Mel. She goes to bed with hot water bottles. Mel, it's like sleeping next to a stack of old tires. Last night, though, she was in a good mood. She kissed me 10 times. Tell you, Mel, it's like being trapped in a convertible with the top going up and down.
What did your wife look like when you married her?
Well, Mel, she was young, and at that age, most women have a schoolgirl complexion.
Well, how did her complexion look?
Like she was expelled. She also had a mole on her chin, but it was hardly noticeable. Her nose covered it.
Well, her nose couldn't be that long.
No? Then why is it when we go to the zoo, the elephant feeds her peanuts? As a matter of fact, she could lead the Republican parade, except for one thing.
What's that?
She's got such long ears, the Democrats want her to. What a woman.
Well, you sound a little peeved.
Well, the other day I drove my wife downtown to do her shopping. And just as we were on the bridge crossing the river, she said, "Oh, John, you can drop me anywhere you want to." Gad, what a temptation. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk.
Mighty potentate, listen to my troubles. I'm going to a literary discussion at Mrs. Grimes' house, and they'll ask me a lot of questions, and I can't answer them.
Oh, Mel, that's an easy problem. Just get yourself an encyclopedia.
Well, what's the good of that? I can't bring it with me.
Well, I'll help you out, Mel. You have Zookie bring the encyclopedia to me, and tonight I'll hide outside on the balcony of Mrs. Grimes' house. You stand near the window, and I'll whisper the answers to you.
But, mighty potentate, can you sneak up into the house without being seen or heard?
Mel, For 20 years, my life has depended on it. Well, I gotta be going now, Mel.
Where you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Johnny O'Clock, or I can go home and look at the face that'll stop one. See you later at Mrs. Grimes' house, Mel. So long. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Now to send Zuki over to get an encyclopedia and bring it to the mighty potentate's house. Oh, Zuki, Zuki!
All right, young man, you can browse around the bookshop. When you see something you want, just whistle.
Okay. Let's see now. Some magazines, some some
what do you want?
That blonde behind the counter. No, I want an encyclopedia.
Well, here's one you might want. It's got all the latest statistics in it.
California. The average rainfall for California has been 9 inches, 2 feet, 6, 10, 12, Run for the hills, the dam is broken.
The figures on California pedestrians are interesting, too.
Well, let's see. Automobiles knocked down 4 out of 6 out of 9, and 99 out of 100. They haven't got a chance.
Now, will you take the book?
Sure. Wrap up the wrap up the blonde. Well, mighty potentate, here we are at the Grimes house.
All right, Mel. Now, you go in, and I'll go around the back way. Just stall them off till you hear from me. I'll be on the balcony outside the window.
Swell. I'll ring the doorbell. Hello, Mrs. Grimes.
Oh, Melvin, come right into the library. I want you to meet everybody. Everybody, come on. Meet Mr. DeHeister.
So charmed.
I'm pleased to meet... so charmed.
Lady Fortescue. Delighted.
Delighted.
Lord Thumbledown.
Jolly,
The Raja Amagawani.
Mahari, Sahib.
Mahar. There you got me.
And Melvin, the Raja is here with the Maharaja.
Where's the Paparaja? Oh, thank you.
No one was laughing at your beastly joke.
Melvin, sit down there by the window. We're past the literary discussion, and we're now taking up rock formations. I don't suppose you know the difference between a stalagmite and a stalactite.
Who doesn't? After 3 martinis, a stalagmite becomes stalactite.
Yes, I'm sure. And... No, Melvin. Stalagmites come out of the floor, and stalactites come out of the ceiling.
Well, that's funny. In my fix-it shop, they come out of the woodwork.
Lord Thumbledown, what are you laughing at?
Where's the Paparaja? It's so funny, I shall laugh uproariously.
Melvin, you're causing entirely too much levity in this discussion. Now, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, Mrs. Grimes, do you mind if I open the window? It's a little stuffy in here.
Oh, not at all, Melvin.
Thanks. Hey, Mr. Cushing, are you out there?
Okay, Mel, I'm all set.
Now, are you ready for the question, Melvin?
Go right ahead, Mrs. Grimes. I have a gentleman in the balcony. I mean, ask me anything you want.
I warn you, this is a skipper. Now, quiet, Melvin. This is the question. How many children were born in an average Italian city in 1925?
Hey, Mel, In the city of Florence, Italy, there were 50,000 children born.
Oh, I've got it, Mrs. Grimes. In 1925, a girl by the name of Florence who lives in Italy gave birth to 50,000 children.
Oh, now I get it. The Roger comes out of the woodwork. Oh, that's
I shall ask another question. What is the longest river and the highest mountain in South America?
Mel, the Amazon and the Andes.
I got it. Amos and Andy.
Nelson, you're being ridiculous. Now, my next question has... Oh, my goodness. Is that a face in the window?
Well, statistics show that last year, 30,000
it's
faces...
Mr. Cushing. What do you mean by eavesdropping outside my window?
Oh, just a second, Mrs. Grimes. I'll take the blame for everything. You see, what's the matter now?
I just got it. Amos and Andy had 50,000 children. That's tremendously funny.
Oh, shut up!
Well, Mel, have you had enough of high society?
Yeah, Betty. Back with the people of my own class. People like you and your father. People who appreciate...
Oh, Mel, stop yapping so much and get on with this game of checkers.
But, Mr. Colby, all I was saying...
Come on, make your move before I break every bone in your body.
What did you say?
I said I'll break every bone in your body.
Ah, that's like music to my ears. I'm home again.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A smile that dazzles, a breath that's sweet, teeth that sparkle. What a thrill to have all three. Then try Colgate tooth powder, Colgate all-purpose tooth powder. Its rich, active foam gets into every corner of your mouth to sweeten your breath. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in your mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, you can't buy a dentifrice that does a better job than Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
The Ford Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, Dr. Rockwell. Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar with an invitation from your Ford dealer. Do you want a stimulating experience someday this week? Then spend a few minutes driving the new Ford. Discover how different it feels. Feel the thrill of its fingertip control. Feel the relaxing comfort of the Ford midship ride. Feel how those hydrocoil and TireFlex springs smooth the roughest road. Feel the king-size Magic Action brakes that are 35% easier acting. This week, accept your Ford dealer's cordial invitation. Drive the new Ford and feel the difference. And remember, if you're interested in low delivered price as well as economy of operation, Ford dealers can offer you the lowest priced car in its field. It must be Sunday night. Here comes Fred Allen driving up in his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen.
Portland, Key West. I'm a little late again, Portland. Has time been hanging heavily on your hands?
No, I've
been reading this book. It's called Verses.
Oh, Verses. That's Ogden Nash's new book of poems, isn't it?
And it's wonderful. The poems have crazy titles.
Oh, really? What are some of the titles?
Will you have your tedium, rare, or medium?
Oh, that's a poem.
Who called that Robin a piccolo player?
Yeah, that's another poem.
How the rhinoceros got its hide.
Yeah. Who called that piccolo player a robin would have been a... Say, what is that poem you're reading there?
It's called The Guppy.
The Guppy? How does it go?
Whales have calves, cats have kittens, bears have cubs, bats have kittens, swans have cygnets, seals have puppies, but guppies just have little guppies.
I wish Ogden Nash was writing on the program here. Well, Portland, remind me to get that book on the way home. Portland, what's new?
Well, I read that 3 radio stations in New York canceled the Hooper survey.
Well, good. I'm it's not going to be long before there will be more people not paying any attention to the Hooper survey than Hooper says there are people not listening to this program. Won't take long. Won't be long now. That and television will do it.
How do they make those surveys?
Well, nobody really knows. Those guys, those survey guys, they can look in a cemetery, multiply it by an undertaker, and tell you how many people used to live in Hackensack.
Picking on surveys.
I only wish that Mr. Hooper owned a delicatessen. I would go in and untie all of the strings on the ends of his liverwort.
Are you getting excited?
Yes, I'm getting excited, and I think I'll get a paper.
Well, let's take a walk down Main Street.
All right, let's go.
The paper?
Well, this little column at the top here says, "This is National Heart Week. Open your heart for the American Heart Association."
Oh, I have a slogan.
Really, a slogan?
Mm-hmm. This week, hearts are Trump.
Oh, that's good. I'll send that to Mr. Weaver. He's on the committee. Hey, look at this other story here. A professor says that an advertisement hypnotized him into joining a book club. What do you know? The professor signed a book coupon without reading it.
Do you think advertising makes people do things?
Well, I haven't time to read this piece now. There's only one way to find out hurriedly. Let's ask some people as we're walking along Main Street. This man coming by wearing the kite tail for a necktie. Pardon me, sir.
Well, c'est Clagon, the name, son. Monsieur Clagon, that is.
Monsieur?
Oui, merci beaucoup, nasty pass.
Senator, what are you doing speaking French?
Well, I had to welcome that French gratitude train. Me and Hildegard both made speeches.
I didn't know that you spoke French, Senator.
Well, I speak French like a chateau. Où est caché les sous-plumes dans ma laminade garçouche?
Say, that's real fluent. Now, what does that mean?
Who put the trombone in my ginger ale?
Fine.
Son, you say that to a Frenchman, he'll just stand there and look at you.
Well, Senator, about our question, does advertising influence people?
You got to advertise, son. A squeaky wheel gets all the grease.
But,
son, you got to let people know you're in business.
Well, how do you mean?
When a hen lays an egg, the rooster crows his head off.
That's right.
When a peacock lays an egg, the peacock gets up off the nest and quietly sneaks away.
I see.
That's why everybody eats hen's eggs, and peacock eggs are a dime a dozen.
Well, do you think advertising lives up to its promises?
It sure does, son, and I can prove it. 50 years ago, a young boy saw an ad. How to be the life of the party. Learned to play the piano in 10 easy lessons.
And he learned to play the piano?
Yes, son. That boy was Harry Truman.
And thanks to that ad?
Today, Harry's the life of the party. The Democratic Party, that is.
Well, come on, Portland. What are you looking at?
The sign in the candy store.
What sign?
Norwegian banana split.
What is a Norwegian banana split?
In between the bananas, there's a sardine.
Oh, that's the... Hey, in Norway, they'll do anything with a sardine, I think. Say, look who's crossing the street.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Hey, is your arm in a sling?
I got my hand caught in the milking machine.
Oh. Your hand in the milking machine?
My fingers is 18 inches long.
Doesn't it bother you?
Only when I scratch myself.
Oh, your fingers are so long?
I scratch past the place that itches.
Well, Titus, do you think advertising influences people?
Why, some advertising can get you into a heap of trouble.
You had an experience?
Yes. Back in 29, I see an ad in the Breeders' Gazette.
What was the ad?
It said, join the Book of the Day Club.
The Book of the Day Club?
If you joined the club, you'd get a book every day.
Yes.
And absolutely free, you'd get the complete works of Pussyfoot Johnson.
You joined the club?
I signed with a salesman 20 years ago.
Yes?
So far, I've paid in $2,000.
Yeah?
For 20 years, every day a book's been coming.
Yeah.
The whole house and the backyard is full of books.
Yeah? Now, wait a minute. You paid $2,000, your house and your backyard are filled with books? What are you laughing about?
The joke's on that salesman.
Why?
I can't read. So long.
Well, let's get along, Portland.
Look at this card in the hardware store window.
What card?
It says, bear grease, 50 cents a can.
Well, what's so funny about bear grease?
Who would want to grease a bear?
Who knows? I've heard of a man being well oiled. It might be done by the same people.
Look who just turned the corner.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, you're wearing your evening gown.
I'm seeing a play.
Oh, really? What play?
Diamond Jill.
Diamond? With Mae West?
Is Mae West an actress?
You're asking me?
I'm telling you.
Oh, I know. They say Mae West is a raving beauty.
In Mae West's hands, men are seemingly putty.
I've heard that.
In Diamond Jill is enough putty, Mae West could fix it in the Empire State Building every window.
There's enough putty. Well, I take it that you like the show.
Oh, when Mae West is saying, what's on your mind, good looking? Come up and simmer some fun. The audience is going wild with crazy.
Well, it sounds wonderful to me. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, do you think people are influenced by advertising?
It's coming to mind one such person.
Oh, a friend?
Tinkerbell Tannenbaum.
What happened?
In a movie magazine, Hollywood Hassle,
Yeah.
Tinkerbell is seeing an ad, Home Permanent.
And she bought the equipment to give herself a permanent wave at home?
Tinkerbell is following instructions.
Yes.
It is coming out like it is advertising.
Home Permanent?
Ever since she's waving the hair, Tinkerbell Tannenbaum is Home Permanent.
You mean?
Tinkerbell is bald-headed.
Talking to these characters, Portland, Main Street is starting to look like the Snake Pit.
You haven't found out much about advertising, have you?
No, I tell you what I'll do. I'll try one more specimen. This little man's bouncing along, wearing the head of cabbage for a boutonniere. Hi, Buster.
Here, now, take your hands off me. I'll take you to the toy. Don't hurt me. I know you.
How do you do? Ajax Cassidy.
Who do I look like, Ali Khan?
No, frankly, you look a little tired, Ajax.
Oh, sure, I was up all night celebrating.
Celebrating what?
Thomas Edison's birthday.
Thomas Edison?
Sure, Thomas Edison invented the electric bulb.
Well, how did you celebrate?
How else? I got lit up.
Well, Ajax, Do you think people are influenced by advertising?
Sure, me boy. Advertising was the undoing of Pee Wee Muldoon.
It was, really?
Pee Wee could not resist an ad.
No?
He'd eat anything, wear anything, or smoke anything he seen advertised.
Advertising sort of hypnotized him, eh?
One time, Pee Wee seen an ad, learn Hindustan.
And he learned to speak Hindustan?
Oh, Pee Wee was wearing a bright green turban, smoking a water pipe, and he hired a Hindu to talk to.
Just to talk to, huh?
Another time, Pee Wee seen an ad, come to friendly Quebec.
Yes?
It was the middle of winter.
Yes.
Friendly Quebec was 40 below zero.
Yes?
Pee Wee throws 3 toes in his thermos bottle.
Pee Wee had no advertising resistance.
Oh, that was Pee Wee Muldoon's downfall.
How?
One day he seen an ad, complete funeral, $50, flowers included.
And?
Pee Wee Muldoon dropped dead.
All right, Portland, let's cross the street.
Wait a minute. The man in the music store is putting on a record.
Oh, a record?
It's Al Goodman and his orchestra and the 5 DeMarco sisters.
Hey, what is the song?
I've got my love to keep me warm. Listen.
Oh, good.
The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? Ooh, I've got my love to keep me warm. I can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles fall. What do I care if icicles fall? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my gloves. I need no overcoat, I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire, the flame grows higher, so I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? Let it storm. Now everything is rosy. My love will keep me cozy. I've got my love to keep me
Wait here just a minute, Portland. Kenny Delmar's coming across the street. Hi, Kenny. Say, what's new?
What's new? Haven't you heard? The new Ford has just received the Fashion Academy Gold Medal Award as America's Fashion Car of the Year.
The Fashion Academy Gold Medal Award, you
For
say?
the past 20 years, the Fashion Academy has been selecting America's best-dressed women.
Oh, you mean the new Ford is America's best-dressed car?
Well, maybe I'd better read you part of the letter announcing the award.
Oh.
The Fashion Academy says, this choice was made on the basis of excellence in design and style appeal for women. Mindful of the new trends in fashion and the important part women play in choosing their family car, the 1949 Ford embodies all the essential qualities of good taste, modern design, and subtle harmony in line and color. It is indeed a compliment to the style-conscious woman who will recognize and appreciate the flattering background it provides for her best-dressed appearance.
Hey, that's great, Kenny. You know, I think I'll stop in the Ford dealers now and congratulate him.
Oh, you won't find him in now, Fred. He's out shopping with his wife.
Oh, his wife is helping him get some new clothes?
No, he's helping her get some new clothes. Since the new Ford was picked as the fashion car of the year, she won't buy a thing without consulting him first. So long, Fred.
So long, Kenny. See you around. Hey, Portland, it's such a nice night. How about taking a walk uptown?
Well, I have to exchange this book for Mama.
What's wrong with the book?
There's a hole in the cover.
Oh.
Mama says it looks like a wormhole.
A wormhole? What's the name of the book?
The Big Fisherman.
Oh. His bait must have gotten away, I guess, and got out through the cover. Well, I'll see you later, Portland.
Good night.
Good night. Well, I guess say this man coming out of that lunch wagon looks just like Jack Eigen.
Oh, Fred?
Dr. Rockwell. I thought I stopped at his Doc, sir, I thought you were up in Maine practicing law.
Well, I had to give up my law practice temporarily, Fred.
Really? What happened?
Well, you know how it is in Maine in the winter.
Wild animals roaming the streets?
Yes, there's a bear hibernating in my office.
A bear in your office. Say, when you get your office back, it's going to be a little gamey in there.
No, Fred. No,
this is a cinnamon bear.
Oh, it's cinnamon.
Last winter I had a grizzly in there. It was a little pungent.
Well, I guess there is. Tell me, what are you doing now?
Why, I'm on my way down to Washington to solve this tax problem.
How?
Simple, Fred. You take all that tax money and you build schools.
Building schools will solve the tax problem?
Yes. The more schools you build, the more people you educate. The more people you educate, the more money they make. The more money they make, the more money the government takes away from them for taxes.
In other words, if you go to school, you end up with no money.
That's right, Fred. Today it pays to be ignorant.
Well, Doc, now that you've solved the tax problem...
I'm going to work on unemployment.
Unemployment?
Unemployment is right here now, Fred. You take up in Maine. A man starts digging a hole in the street.
Yeah?
In normal times, 3 men stop to watch him.
I see.
Last week, I saw a man digging a hole in the street. 4 men stopped to watch him.
4 men?
Yes, sir, and that 4th man means unemployment.
Well, what about the other 3 men?
Well, they were bums. The 4th man had a toothpick in his mouth. He'd just eat it.
Oh, I see. Well, gosh, Doc, the world is sure confused.
Well, don't worry about it, Fred. When the Marshall Plan runs out of other countries to take care of, it'll finally start taking care of us in this country.
Well, Doc, what about that Marshall Plan?
Well, they're sending too many different commodities overseas. One thing would do the trick.
One thing?
Yes, sir, chewing gum.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Doc. How can chewing gum help European countries?
Well, it'll build up their dollar credit, kill communism, teach democracy and free enterprise.
How?
Well, first of all, chewing gum teaches a person to share.
Yes?
When you finish chewing your gum, what do? You stick it under a theater seat for somebody else. Now, that's democracy.
Democracy? Why, you get the gum on your coat, it smears all over your pants?
That's the very idea, Fred. In America today, 4 million dry cleaners and their families are being supported by chewing gum. That's what we call free enterprise.
But,
those 4 million dry cleaners support a lot of butchers, grocers, shoemakers, and booms business all the way down the line. That's America, Fred. Thanks to chewing gum, everybody sticks together.
Well, gosh, Doc, solving all the nation's problems, when do you have time to take care of your law practice?
Well, my small cases I turn over to Mr. District Attorney.
Oh, the little
big ones I handle myself.
Well, Doc, you know what? I'd like to see you trying one of those cases up there in Maine sometime.
Well, you got to know all the tricks, Fred. Now, just last week I had a case. As I walked into the courtroom... Rise, Rubes, his honor the judge.
Hi, Rubes. Order in the court. Order in the court. Quiet back there in the court. First case, the town of Possum Pond versus Harvey Tubbs. And the charge here says M-I-R, murder. Charge murder. Order in the court. Harvey Tubbs to the bar. Harvey, charge here says you're shot unto the death. One Dr. Gidney, M.D. Now, you guilty or not guilty, Harvey?
Well, you're supposed to tell me, Judge.
Oh, say that's right, ain't it? The last case I had trying them communists mixed me up. They was telling me what to do in here. Some Professor Doxy with his maps had me going. Well, stand down, Harvey. Call your first witness, Lawyer Rockwell.
Zeb Skinner to the bar.
Come in.
Now, Zeb.
Hold on. Don't start talking till I get my hearing device turned on.
Rockwell, help Zeb turn on his hearing device.
Zeb, lift up your coat. Where's the wire?
You say I'm on fire. Put me out.
Now, hold. Rockwell, ain't Zeb turned on yet?
He's turned on, Judge, but he isn't plugged in.
Well, plug him in. We got to get going with the trial.
All right. There. Now can you hear, Zeb?
You're coming in clear as a bell.
Hope no good humor man passes now. Okay. Proceed, Rockwell.
Zeb, you're the owner of the Eagle Hotel.
Don't raise your voice, I be.
He's hearing you now.
And do you know the defendant, Harvey Tubbs?
Yeah, Harvey's been staying at my hotel since he caught the sleeping sickness.
I see. And what do you know about the murder?
Well, it was Saturday night. I'd just come out of the sink and was drying myself with the desk blotter. I heard somebody shaking the front door.
And who was it?
Sheriff Pruitt.
Well, Zeb?
Oh, hold on. I blew a fuse.
Can't hear nothing. Unplug Zeb Rockwell. Look, if he can't hear nothing, he'll hold up the trial.
Come on, Zeb. You're all finished. Who's eating spinach?
No, get him.
Come on. Sit down, Zeb. Sparks are coming out of your windbreaker.
Get down. Rockwell. Call your next witness, Lawyer Rockwell.
Sheriff, throw it to the bar.
Make way for the law. Stand back, rooms. I'm boomeranging my billy.
He's doing it.
Sheriff, where were you when Dr. Gidney was murdered?
I was in Perkins' pool parlor.
Perkins' pool parlor.
Perkins and me was having a game of 8 balls.
I see.
Perkins only has 8 balls. If you want to play anything else, you got to use apples. If your eyes are bad, Perkins will let you use cantaloupe.
Not too much detail, Sheriff. Now, what happened?
Well, I was just putting some chalk onto my billy when a bullet come flying through Perkins' front window.
A bullet, you say?
I could tell the bullet had come from the Eagle Hotel. I ran over and started looking for clothes.
And what did you find?
When I come to Harvey Tubbs' room, Dr. Gidney was laying on the floor dead. And Harvey was stretched out on the bed, sound asleep.
Sound asleep, you say?
If Harvey hadn't snored, Jed, we would have buried both of them.
Did you find anything suspicious in Harvey's room, Sheriff?
I found a full cup of coffee and 2 guns on the table. Well, both guns was loaded, but neither gun had been fired.
Hey, that's mighty baffling, Sheriff. Now, what you do?
I pinned a note on Harvey saying, "Dear Harvey, when you wake up, you're under arrest. Signed yours truly, Sheriff Pruitt." Well, then I went to break the news to Mona Snide.
Hold on now. Mona Snide?
Mona was Doc Gidney's nurse.
Oh, well, nice going, Sheriff. Stand down.
Okie beeby dokey, Jed. Anything happened yet? I ain't plugged in.
Nothing's happened, Zeb. Get away from the bench.
Go away, Zeb. Well, hush your fuss now, Zeb. Get him down there. Next witness, Rockwell.
Mona Snide to the bar.
I got some mully grubs, Jed.
You're in mourning, Mona. The defunct was sucking to you?
Dr. Gidney and me was fixing to elope.
Oh, and now the wedding's off?
You can't fry your fat when the fire's out, Jed.
No, Mona. The meeting's over when the tambourine's laid down, ain't it?
Would have been a perfect match, Jed. Doc Gidney was a doctor and I'm a nurse.
You was both in medicine?
And ready to socialize.
Mona, when did you first meet Dr. Gidney?
Why, the day he come to treat Harvey Tubbs. I was Harvey's nurse.
What was wrong with Harvey, Mona?
Sleeping sickness, Jed.
Yeah.
Doc Gidney and me was treating Harvey together to keep him awake.
Yeah.
And what was the treatment, Mona?
Black coffee on the hour and noise, as prescribed.
Noise?
Noise, eh?
To wake Harvey up for breakfast, Dr. Gidney would shoot off 2 guns. Then he'd give Harvey a cup of black coffee.
Ah, that explains the 2 guns in Harvey's room. Now, Mona, how did you and Dr. Gidney happen to fall in love?
Well, when Harvey'd go to sleep, Dr. Gidney would fill his test tubes with water, and he'd play "I Love You Truly," hitting the test tubes with his scalpel.
And you decided to elope.
If Harvey hadn't shot...
Hold on, Mona. Don't say that word shot. Now, it ain't been proved in court that Harvey shot Dr. Gidney. There was 2 loaded guns, but neither gun has been fired.
There's another gun, Jed.
Another gun?
Where is it, Mona?
Right here in my booter bag.
Oh, she's got it.
When I went to get my first aid kit after the murder, I found this 44 under Harvey's pillow.
And there's been a shot fired from it, Judge.
Well, now we're getting someplace, Rockwell. Stand down, Mona.
Okay, Jed.
I can't hear nothing. What time is the hanging? Plug me in.
Later, there. Go away there. Interfering with the trial. Harvey Tubbs to the bar.
Come in, Judge. I'm trying to stay awake.
Harvey, was this gun under your pillow the day of the murder? Why, Harvey's asleep, Judge.
It's that sleeping sickness, Rockwell. You got the gun there. Wake him up.
Okay, Judge.
Okay, Dr. Gidney, I'm awake. Where's my black coffee?
Harvey, Mona Snide says she found this gun under your pillow.
Oh, well, I reckon she did, Judge, but that gun ain't mine.
And whose gun is it?
Lawyer Rockwell.
Lawyer Rockwell?
Wait a minute, Judge. I can explain everything.
That looks mighty suspicious, Rockwell. You get to explain it.
I loaned that gun to Harvey. He wanted the gun to fire to keep himself awake when nobody was there.
What was you doing in Harvey's room?
Harvey called me to make out his will.
His will?
Harvey was in love with Mona, too, Judge. He wanted to leave her all his money.
His money, eh?
Harvey's loaded, Judge.
Yeah?
Before Harvey got the sleeping sickness, he was head accountant at the stockyard.
Stockyards?
That's where Harvey got the sleeping sickness.
Well, how?
It was income tax time. Harvey had to take inventory. For 3 weeks, Harvey counted the cows and the steers.
Yeah?
Then he started counting the sheep. Every day for 4 weeks, Harvey did nothing but count sheep. One night they found Harvey in the sheep run slumped over his adding machine. Sleeping sickness had set in.
And Harvey was through at the stockyards, eh?
Well, the company gives him a small pension, Judge, and all the lamb chops he can eat, but his life's ruined.
Well, what's all this got to do with Dr. Gidney's murder, Rockwell?
Dr. Gidney was afraid if Harvey could stay awake long enough, he'd propose to Mona.
Yeah?
So Dr. Gidney had to keep Harvey from staying awake.
You mean?
Dr. Gidney always woke Harvey up in the morning by firing 2 shots and giving him a cup of black coffee.
Yeah?
These 2 guns found in the room were still loaded, proving they weren't shot this morning.
True.
This cup of black coffee found at Harvey's bedside hasn't been touched.
Yeah?
There's your solution, Judge.
That cup of coffee?
It looks like coffee, it smells like coffee, it tastes like coffee.
But it ain't coffee?
No, Judge, it's Sanka.
Sanka?
Yes, sir. This cup of Sanka would give the average man a good night's sleep. But Harvey, with his sleeping sickness, wouldn't wake up for 2 weeks.
Jeepers.
Dr. Gidney knew with Harvey asleep he could elope with Mona Snide.
And Harvey suspected something was rotten in Denver, eh?
Harvey took 1 sip of the coffee and knew Dr. Gidney was up to something. He reached for his gun, and as Dr. Gidney turned to leave, Harvey shot him through the stethoscope.
Well, I shot him through both of him, eh? Well, I sure enough do.
Judge, I demand a writ of metamorphosis. This case should be dismissed. The court can't proceed.
What's going to stop the court from proceeding, Rockwell?
This cup of Sanka.
Sanka's right, Rockwell. If it ain't coffee, the court's got no grounds. Case dismissed.
Judge, I'm plugged in now. When's the trial going to start?
Got news for you, Zeb. Court's adjourned. Take him out. Before we put out the lights in the showroom, here's something every truck operator should know. When you invest in a new Ford truck, you get a truck that's bonus built extra strong to last longer. That's true of all the 139 models in the new Ford line, a line that includes the biggest trucks Ford has ever built. Get all the facts from your Ford dealer tomorrow. Next week, our guest will be Miss Gracie Fields. Thank you and good night. Good night. Thank you.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.